All right. All right. We're hoping the internet is good today. For all the VOD watchers, thank you so much for watching the VOD. We're about 53 minutes until at least the live stream starts. I will have a pinned comment if you're watching this after the fact, and it'll have the timestamp of when we actually start in the live stream. So appreciate it if you all come down and watch through it. I am going ahead posting that we're live. Got a guest commentator today for the championship. And then paste. I'm going to actually select all, copy, and then post it in our Discord as well. Let's see. I'm live a little bit earlier than when I said. I had it for like 20 some minutes after right now, but I was all ready to go. So I was like, you know what? Let's see. Everyone in the Discord. Boom. Got to put it on Twitter as well. Had a tweet drafted. I think I posted the picture. Oh, I didn't post the picture in Discord. Let me post the picture in Discord. Yo, what up, Jake Hernandez? How are you today? What's good? What's good? Let's see. Removing beds. I'm also going to post the picture of Emu for everyone who sees. There we go. Should be good to go. I've been doing good. I've tried something new out with the computer. My girlfriend and I, we've been trying to like brainstorm maybe some different ideas with the computer and its stability, right? Maybe like connection. And one of the things that we read in a couple different places that she really pointed out was that the computer I had on the carpet, like under this desk that I have. And so we've moved it up and kind of closer to the hallway. So in theory, one, it's off carpet, which is supposed to help computers, but also it's closer to the signal. So I'm hoping that it stays good today. If there's ever a point that the internet drops or whatever, or the stream loses connection, I will be recording all the games on my end so I can upload them to YouTube pretty fast as well for single games. Because there's a group of you that want to watch the live stream, but there's also a group of people that only want to watch them like as videos as they come out. So I do a little bit of editing to them, showing the card on screen, things like that. For you guys there. But I hope everybody's having a good day. If you want to say hello, feel free to put the hello in chat. They had like a 3v3 tournament as well yesterday. So like I guess they're just doing it like 2 days in a row. They're doing this tournament 2 days in a row. So I wanted to check out these lists. This is the second place list from the 3v3 tournament that they had yesterday on the live stream. Or, well, they didn't have a live stream yesterday, but this is just a list that they had from the 3v3. It is OP13 format, so kind of interesting in here. This is a red-black Sabo that was on the second place team. One of the things that I thought was really interesting is that they kind of split the searches. They didn't play like 4 Koala, which is Rev Army search, and 4 Bello Betty. They played 2 of the new Garp as well, which I thought was like really interesting because to my understanding, unless I'm like missing something, like this Bello Betty should be able to find all of these pieces, right? Like the Garp, it's not like the Garp can find like the Goldie Roger or the Stussy, right? Because it only finds a Luffy, Ace, or Sabo of a cost of 3 or higher. So it's one of these 3 guys. That's why it's played to find these guys. So I don't know whether Bello Betty. I'm not sure whether Bello Betty is like only at a 2. Besides, is he a 2? No, I think he's a 1K. Do you think the West will adopt the 3v3 style of playing? So actually, Jake, when the game first came out, there were big 3v3 events in North America. I remember seeing a picture the other day of like an anniversary of somebody winning the first 3v3 event in the West. I don't know why, but in like the last year, they just haven't done it, which is really weird because when the game first came out, they were actively doing it. So I think it's really cool too, and I like the 3v3 style, and they've had them a lot in side events at like big regionals and stuff. So I don't know, maybe they don't go back to it. Maybe they just keep it as like side events and stuff. But Sabo, I feel like, I guess the most interesting thing about the Sabo list, in my opinion, Red, Black, Sabo, and OP13, is one, the split of the searchers, but also the 3 of Stussy. Stussy is seeing a lot of play right now. If you haven't seen the alternate art going up in price, Stussy has seen a lot of play across the different black decks, like Emu included, right? And we'll talk about Emu here in a bit. So I thought it was really interesting to look at that list. Red, Blue, Ace, I feel like out of all the 3v3 teams that I saw, they, like almost every single team, I feel like, I don't have exact numbers, but I feel like every single 3v3 team that I saw had a Red, Blue, Ace. So it honestly might not surprise me to see Ace, if we get any sort of population numbers, for Ace to have like the highest population out of any deck in this tournament. So I think that could be really interesting. It's either going to be Ace or Emu. I think, Emu's probably got a pretty fair shot because Emu being a great deck. But I think a lot of players like really gravitating towards this Ace, which was really cool. Yo, Aiden Prism, what's going on? Stussy, yeah, it's just a good card, right? Especially when, you have these decks like Ace, playing these 10 drops early because of the starter deck 22 event. Chat, this 8 drop event cheats out a Edward Newgate onto the field from your hand. So people playing the new OP13 10 cost Newgate, they're playing the OP08 10 cost Newgate, they're playing the OP02, I think it is. I think it's OP02. OP02 Newgate. So with these decks and Emu, cheating stuff out as well, and just like so many big bodies that are really hard to interact with, Stussy for black decks is like one of the only ways to actually interact with those cards. So you can just like trash one of your searchers or something on the field that you don't need, like a koala that you used earlier to minus power or something like that, or something of the sort. It's really, really interesting. This list also playing Radical Beam I thought was really, really cool. Because Radical Beam isn't something that I've seen a lot of times in these lists, but playing the Rush Ace, the Rush Yamatos from EBO2, Jozu, I think is a crack card, playing the OP13 Yamato. I did think the Uta was really nice, especially, when you're cheating out these bigger bodies on the field. Uta, man, can be a nice little cheap blocker to play on the field, especially because I think, correct me if I'm wrong, but the Uta, trying to remember on the Uta, I need to refresh myself, especially because there's a little bit of Shanks back in the Western format. This is -4 costs. So like you get out this Newgate, you can on a single turn go 8 on this event to play out this Newgate right here, and then play out this Uta for 2 for your full 10 Dawn turn. And because of this Newgate, you put 2 on this guy, draw 2, trash 1, and then you get to put 2 somewhere else, like this Yamato or Jozu or Marco or this Yamato, I don't know. So like this combo right here is so interesting in my opinion, especially because Ace just draws a lot of raw cards, right? I feel like Ace is one of the ones that can find like some of these like weirder tech cards to include because they I lost my train of thought. Because they have like these weird cards that you can play. Let's see. Been testing Emu, and I think Stussy is a 2 of every Emu deck. I think that's honestly fair. I mean, I think because a lot of the spots that you're thinking about in Emu, hold on, let's go to the winning list to just pull up an Emu list. A lot of the spots that you're thinking about in here is like you're thinking about chum blockers, right? I know some people play like the 2-cost Celestial Dragon card that is a like a blocker. You're either like playing that or you're playing the Stussies, and that's like the flexibility for the Emu deck. And a lot of people are finding that this is just really valuable. I like the Sabo in this deck because you're able to build up the trash like super easily. So this guy just being less is super nice. But let's go back to that Roger deck. Roger I have found really interesting. One, because of Douglas Bullet. I actually didn't think that Douglas Bullet would make it in the deck list. I thought that, what's going on, Carps? How are you? I thought that Douglas Bullet, I said in my like set review when the set first got revealed, pretty much like before it released, that there were just a lot of good cards in the Roger deck, but I was like, Douglas just might be like the 54th card that you want to play. But I mean, this Roger deck, I mean, playing the Uta as well. This Uta is seeing play. This Uta and Newgate is seeing played in both Red Blue Ace and Red Purple Gold D Roger. That's crazy in my opinion. Oh yeah, I think that if what's his name, Emu, if Emu wants to make some changes because of an overly aggressive meta, yeah, those 2-cost blockers are really, really good. You know, if you're expecting like a hyper aggro early game, like Bello Betty Rayleigh kind of style, or like Zuro or something like that, then totally, yeah, the chum blockers work out really well. But yeah, the Roger deck, I feel like there's a couple interesting things that were put in here. I think a lot of people, you know, this doesn't really surprise a lot of people. The 10-cost Shanks. I feel like, you know, a lot of people, especially with this 8-cost Katakuri, like a lot of people transitioned into these 2 cards. I don't really know a lot of people that wanted to play this Uta right here, but only being on 3 really I thought was interesting. 3 Newgates is definitely on the higher end that I've seen of the 9 costs. I feel like a lot of people I saw for the 9 costs were doing like 1 to 2, and I saw a few of 3s. But this Doflamingo from PRBO2, whoops, accidentally clicked that. PRBO2 was making it in the list. I got to refresh myself on that Doflamingo, actually. If your leader's multicolored, add 1 Dawn from your Dawn deck as rested. So it's like, it's just like another ramp option in this deck, which is so... I guess like it makes sense, right? Because you can't play more than 4 of these. So like, you basically guarantee like, gosh, you have so many options on a 6 Dawn turn. Where actually you can't really, you can only play this guy, Scoopa, on 7 in the beginning stages of the game. You play this guy, these guys on 6. So you have 5 outs on 6. Yeah, Emu and Teach, you... Well, Emu, Roger, I feel like just wants to get to 10 Dawn as well. I feel like Roger and Blue Purple Luffy are like very similar, where you're just like trying to find... Or Blue Purple Luffy before the ban. You're just like trying to find your ramp cards, and then once you find your ramp cards, then you really start going in your game plan. Like that, they feel like almost the same to me in that sense. But I thought this was interesting not playing the 10-drop Roger SR that some people were utilizing. And then this being the set of winning lists. I thought it was cool that the Dracul Mihawks are now more regularly are being included in the Zoro deck. This is the Zoro deck as part of the first place team. For anyone who does not know, the Dracul Mihawk from the starter deck, right, being able to cheat out a slash type character with a cost of 4 or less works really, really well with this Zoro right here. This is the Zoro with the on play effect of restanding to Dawn, and then also being able to restand itself at the end of turn. So you could go in for a like turn 1. Right, you can play like Perona Searcher, and then turn 2, you can go ahead like Mihawk Zoro, restand to Dawn, be able to go like Koshiro Blocker, and then restand this Zoro. So you have like 4, like you did all of this through your second turn, which can honestly be so good, right? Going first. So nice. And especially also like transitioning into this 2K right here, I don't know why necessarily like you play this 2K over like Nekomamushi, outside the fact that I think this Helmeppo card is a really nice illustration and beautiful colors on it. That might just like simply be the reason. Because it still gets the protection effect of Koshiro, which I think it was Kawamatsu actually was the 5-cost 2K that people were playing in this deck, but also in here, the PR or the OP13 Trafalgar Law. Yo, what's up, Hunter? How are you today, friend? Welcome on in. Playing that and the 10-cost Shanks that are both in here. I think the 10-cost Shanks makes sense, right? You're able to utilize like all the Dawn. This has been a pretty nice boss monster for a couple different decks. Especially in green. This Trafalgar Law, though, I thought was really cool. Being able, if you on play, bring one of your characters back, which is probably more often than not like one of your searchers or one of your 2Ks that you've got on the field or something like that. You can play a 5-cost from your hand as rested, which can be Cavendish, which can be Tashigi, which can be Helmeppo, honestly, or this Zoro right here. So I thought this was really, really nice. And then if you have 1 life or less, he gains blockers. So like in the later stages of the game, he's also a blocker, or this guy is a blocker, which is also really nice. So I thought this was honestly so cool to see like this development of Zoro kind of moving into these other kind of slash cards and also transitioning because you got like a really cool 4-cost. Because a lot of decks that we've seen with this in like Zoro Sanji and Rosinante, even like green-blue decks, playing this in combination with the 4-drop Cavendish from OP10. So kind of getting a really, really nice partner in this Zoro that's easily searchable, right? You can find any one of these 2 pieces and even maybe play this guy out too, to be honest. It's just really, really good. Yeah, I did. I shaved my head, basically. Not totally shaved my head, but cut off a lot of my hair. Yeah, still, we got about 30 minutes chat. Cut off a lot of my hair. And then also the beard in general. So, chat, I hope everybody's having a fun day. Thank you so much for joining me. If you're coming into the stream, we will be doing the 3-on-3 Cup. That is the, I guess, technically the second major tournament of OP13. They did have day 1 of the 3-on-3 Cup yesterday. And to my understanding, this is a second separate tournament in Aichi going on right now. So, right now, I think they're just doing the Swiss rounds, and then we'll see Top Cut. But this is actually the first OP13 streamed tournament that we'll be watching, so super excited for that, in my opinion. This is another one of the ace lists. This list played a little bit differently, I think, but there's a lot of similar concepts within this, right? Instead of the Uta going in with the Jozus, right? Jozu just a searchable 2K, just a really nice card. You've got the, I forget what this guy's name is. Thatch. You've got the 1-cost Thatch that's in here, which is nice. The Ace, which can be searchable off the GARP, right? This guy really putting in. Actually, wait. This finds. I gotta reread this GARP. I'm gonna be honest, because I feel like I'm missing something with this GARP. Let's see. Oh, no. If your leader is Sabo, Ace, or Luffy, you look at the top 4 of the deck, reveal a cost of 3 or more. Okay, that makes way more sense. So this literally just finds anything in here. Any of the character cards in here. That makes way more sense. EBO3 only getting 1 leader. Is it confirmed that we're only getting 1 leader, Nick? Because I did see the Vivi. If you guys didn't see... in our Discord server, the Vivi was translated. Is that confirmed to be the only leader? Because in my opinion, I feel like there's probably... Well, actually, EBO1 had 3 leaders in it, right? I know EBO2 only had 1 leader, but did they say anywhere that it was the only leader in the set? I can't remember off the top of my head. I wouldn't say that it's confirmed that it's the only leader. I haven't seen anywhere that it's the only leader in the set, but I will say that it's going to be less than a regular set probably. Because of it just being an EB set, extra booster, just a smaller set in general. But especially with the Ace, you can kind of see the core of what a lot of people are looking for. You got the Otama draws, you've got the Marco blockers, the new Yamatos in 13 as well, using this cheating out event as well as this Yamato. And then you see some overlap in how many Rogers they play, how many of these tax beards that they play, or the 9 drops in here. And this list also adding the Ezo, which is really, really cool. And then finally, with the Emu deck, rounding out the winning team from yesterday, right? Emu, a lot of the core is the same in the deck. You're running the Searcher, you're running this 2K, you're running the 5 different Elders, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, along with the Gorosen, along with plenty of searches. You've got your stadiums here, one of Marigois, one of Empty Throne, and then you kind of add what kind of flavor you want. How many of these events do you want? How many of these events do you want? And then your 2K package of okay, alongside this and also this guy right here, do you want to add X amount of Sabos? Do you want to add Chum Blockers? Do you want to add Stussies? So Stussy getting on a lot of work over the weekend. And I did like that. It just wasn't red. You got any Kuzan lists? I've been cooking, but nothing feels good with it. Figured I've asked. Yeah, I've got a Kuzan list, Hunter. I don't have it on me right now in terms of a picture, but if you message me, I can send it to you later. What's the best stage to start with each matchup? So I think pretty much every single matchup, except for maybe a mirror match, you're always playing this out, right? You're always playing the Empty Throne. I think maybe in the Emu mirror, you're probably playing the Mary Goyce first. I actually don't know. I haven't watched enough of the Emu mirror matches. They usually don't pop up too much on my YouTube, but I would imagine that you have Mary Goyce in here to be able to play in the mirror match, and then after that you play this whenever you're ready to start cheating them out, or you see oh my gosh, they trashed all of these events, or a lot of them, or something of the sort. Trying to see if there's like an emu mirror match. Mirror match. Let's see. That's a deck profile, how to play. That's Ikailikai's awesome video that he did. Where is an emu mirror match? That's versus Rayleigh. This is emu versus blue purple. I don't know. Did Kardi Kaizoku do an emu mirror match? I don't think he did an emu mirror match in that game. Mirror and aggro 1-drop. Slower matchups 7-drop. Oh, interesting. Interesting, Rabbit. I guess that makes sense, right? Because this cheats out your Celestial Dragons, right? Mary, oh my gosh, somebody told me the translate or how to actually pronounce. I think this is like Joa, Mary Joa. Is that how you pronounce it? I haven't finished the anime. I haven't caught up, but people are, I mean, this cheats out a Celestial Dragon, like makes the cost easier. So that's nice in this sense. So I guess that makes sense in the aggros. Joshua Schmidt and the Yu-Gi-Oh! Boys. Yeah, I mean, the reason that you play this is just because this card exists. Because if you go ahead and play this immediately, then Emu's like, your opponent Emu is just like, okay, I'll use this event. And then you're like, well, I don't have a stage anymore. So this will just stick. And I wonder if you just disregard this in the mirror match. You have to like wait until you probably play this once you see that all these are thrown away, right? Because there's nothing that puts, I don't think there's anything that puts things back into your deck, right, from your trash. So once you see 4 of them in there, you're like, okay, I'm not worried about it anymore. You know? I mean, Emu is just a crazy deck, chat, for anybody who's watched games. I'm sure we're going to see an Emu tonight, at least one, right? Because, again, what I was saying about, like, the most popular decks probably on teams, Red, Blue, Ace, Emu. The third deck, in my opinion, is the mystery one. Because I could see it being anywhere between, like, Red, Black, Sabo. I could see Green Zoro, right? Be one of the more popular ones. I could honestly, I don't know if I would say Goldie Roger, right? He would definitely be within like their top 8 or whatever they usually do. But I feel like it's typically pretty good. Chat, I got my Emu for the thing. Oh, yo, what's up, Colin? Oh, yeah, for anyone who doesn't know, a 3-on-3 as well. So basically, you've got 3 people that are on a team, and in the team, you're facing another team of 3 people. If you think of each player as a number, right? One person is number 1, one person is number 2, and one person is number 3. Your 1 is going to get matched up with their number 1. Your 2 is going to get matched up with their number 2. And your number 3 is going to get matched up with their number 3. In these tournaments as well, the way that you sit matters. The person who is in the middle, right? Because if you're all in a row, naturally in your 3, there's going to be one in the middle. The person in the middle is considered basically like the captain. They are allowed to talk to the player on their left, their teammate on their left, and they're allowed to talk to the teammate on the right. But the people on the sides, so wait, actually, let me pull up Paint. This would be way easier on Paint. to show you. Right monitor. So if you've got the table here and you have player 1, player 2, and player 3 on one team, and then you have player 1, player 2, and player 3, these people got to play each other, these people got to play each other, and these people got to play each other. Now, the person that sits in the middle over here, he can talk to player 1, he can talk to player 3 during their game, right, to give them tips and advice. But the way that these outside tables go, player 3 can only talk to player 2. He cannot talk to player 1. That is not a thing that he is allowed to do. But player 1 can talk to player 2. But he can't talk to player 3. That's not allowed. So the position is a huge deal in these 3-on-3 tournaments. And then on top of that, right, your team needs to win 2 out of the 3 games, right? So if player 1 loses on the blue team, but then player 2 and player 3 on the wins on the blue team, then the blue team advances. You know, it doesn't matter who wins and who loses in a sense, right? Like if your player 2 lost, but then your player 3 and your player 1 won, even though he's the captain, you still win the best 2 out of 3. So I hope that makes sense. Let me know if that doesn't make sense, chat. I should have gotten out paint. I love getting out paint when I can. It makes it fun. No, I don't want to save my work. Yo, Mike Gregor, buenos noches. Hope you're having a good night too, friend. Thanks for stopping by. Yeah, it's like a 2-on-2, but with an extra person. But on a 2-on-2, to my understanding on a 2-on-2 chat, I could be wrong about this, but on a 2-on-2, only one player's match actually matters, right? Like they're in a 3-on-3, they're 3 separate games. It's just the communication between teammates is different. Is it bad if I want to run 8 2Ks in Emu and go the blocker style for the long game because you can have Stussy in the deck? I don't know. I feel like a lot of the Emu lists that I've seen play somewhere between 10 to 12, right? Because one of the 2Ks at least, you're always playing, right? Because it's one of your 5 elders. So, like, you're really only using it as counter in the early game. So I feel like you probably I haven't done like too much testing. I've been focused on Dallas Card Fest and OP12 post ban list in terms of my testing. But I feel like you would probably want to run like 10 at the least, because if you want to have some chum blockers, you can have some chum blockers in there and like the Stussies and stuff. But you definitely want 4 of the Elder, right? You probably want 4 of that Celestial Dragon, so because he's really searchable. And then a lot of lists that I've seen play 4 of the PRB02 Sabo, which could be 2 if you want, and you could have 2 blockers on there. Like 2 of either the Celestial Dragon blocker, or you could go, well, actually, no, the Cobra. You don't play the Cobra because you play the Celestial Dragon, right? Ooh. Looks like they went live, chat. No audio yet, I think. Oh, no, my audio is muted. So they'll be starting soon. Not sure when, though. Let me make sure that I can get rid of the starting soon button as soon as it's ready. With yellow, I believe that 1-drop Cammy is good for the event heavy decks. 1-drop Cammy. Is there a card that I'm missing when you're talking about Cammy? I need a better position for my headphone cord. I should probably pull up, like, Eggman's site. Ooh, why did it mute? Why is it doing that? Well, that was weird. I don't know why the audio is moving by itself. Cammy? Oh, there is a yellow Cammy. Your turn once per turn. If your opponent has 2 or more life cards, trash 1 card from the top of each of you and your opponent's life cards. For event heavy decks though? Oh, because it's when your opponent activates an event or trigger. I don't know, because like it burns your life too, right? But I guess you're not, well, you're not burning it. You're just putting it into your hand. Oh no, you're trashing it. Yeah, you actually are burning it. I don't know. Maybe if you don't care. But I would hate to burn my own life if my name is like not Anel. And maybe it is an Anel deck that plays it, you know? Maybe it is Anel. Could work with the Yamato, right? 9-cost Yamato. You play the 1 cost Cammy, you play the 9-cost Yamato. Heal a life. I could maybe see it. Tried Blue Purple Sanji at locals today. What are your thoughts on Katakuri and Beer Luffy in there? I don't think Katakuri needs to be played in Blue Purple Sanji, but I think the what did we call him that one time? What's the Mountain Dew drink at Taco Bell? I think that the Beer Luffy could be used in there, but I think it's probably like 2 of at most. I don't think it's like a super heavy count. I personally don't play it in there. I would rather play the Rosinante from, what is it, OP10? I think it's OP10, the 5-cost purple Rosinante that trash an event, draw cards. Use the Shirahoshi in OP12 in Anel. The Shirahoshi that we got in OP12 that, like, protects the board. I heard some people in stream were talking about that the other day. But I don't know if you want to do that, right? Because, like, what are you saving, really, in Anel? Like, if you're playing, like, 4-cost Kuzan in Anel, do you care that the 4-cost Kuzan dies? I don't know if you really care. Gadatsu, do you care that Gadatsu dies? Or the yellow Nami SR? Like, you're really just trying to save the... You're trying to save, like, the 8 costs and things like that. The Kuma. I guess Kuma's, like, the only thing that you save, but your opponent would heal a life, so... Or you would heal a life off the KO, so it's like... I don't know if you care that much. I think you're fine just playing the Shirahoshi from EBO1. That would be the only one that I think that I would want to play. Oh, yeah, the Baja Blast. That's right, King Ahad. Thank you, yeah. The Baja Blast Luffy. That's what it was. I forgot to edit a picture of him drinking a Baja Blast. I think it might be the 5-drop blocker? Is there a 5-drop Shirahoshi blocker? Are you talking about the one that draws cards? The Shirahoshi 5-cost that's like draw 3, trash 2 on the on play from OP13? Is that the one that you're talking about? Because I know some people played it for a while, but I don't know if people play it now. Sanji? Oh, the 5-cost Sanji blocker. I know that people were running that in, yeah, the Sanji blocker. I know which one you're talking about from EBO2. I know when EBO2 first came out, people were playing that, but I feel like I haven't seen it since Kuma came out. The 6-drop Kuma, right? I feel like I haven't seen it since then. And I could be wrong. I am not an Enel player. I do not play that deck. I don't have like half of the secret rares. I think it could be a cool option, right? If you feel like you need it. But I think the Kuma just like took up the... Because you're always trying to go for the even curve, right? You're always trying to go second. So I feel like the Kuma just kind of like took its spot on like the ideal card that you want to play on that turn. Because the Kuma will always heal you, and the Sanji... I mean, the Sanji more often than not stays, but... Would Sanji come back post-ban list? Because there's decks like Blue-Purple Sanji that are now playing the 5-cost Rosinante, right? Because Lin is not in Blue-Purple Luffy anymore, and 9-cost Lin. So there's like technically less removal for cards like that. So Blank, as you're saying, it might be like a cool tech choice. I could see it. Just, man, do you run like... Because you run 4 Kuma, right? Like, that's guaranteed. You run the Kumas, and you're... Like, they still run Gadatsu, right? Chat, also, real quick, before the tournament starts, I want to check out... Oh, wait. I know we posted it on Twitter. I'm going to go back to Twitter. Eggman had posted the whatchamacallit. Oh, he did post it on his website. Oh, this is Cartamagica. Yeah. So the OP12 regional chat. This is the top 16. 2 Kuzans in there. I know this Yamato got second place, which was really, really cool. I think they had a really neat list. But double Kuzan in top 16. You had Shanks in there, still Blue-Purple Luffy. Bonnie being very popular. Green taking up half of the top 16 in the Australia offline regional. And then in the Cartamagica earlier today, you had Zoro and Teach taking up half of it. Teach! I didn't put out my tier list video, chat. I didn't realize. I completely forgot that there was an online and offline regional today. So I missed the opportunity to post my tier list video. But I say in that tier list video that Teach is a really good deck. You're just going to have to trust me on that. I've been a big believer in Teach in this format. And it really showed up for Cartamagica. 4 of them in the top 16. But this top 16 way more condensed with these 3 guys right here, taking up 2/3 of the meta. It's crazy. Absolutely crazy. But yeah, Chad, check out Eggman's websites for the results. Check out Eggman's website. Promote. I'm a Calgara player and still complaining for more support for it. You got in Calgara, you got that new Calgara and the event, the 3-cost event. Calgara pretty all right. Didn't a Calgara do like super good today? Wait, hold on. Let's go back to that. Didn't a Calgara do really good today? There was no Calgara in here or in here. Was it his tournament? Let me see. I could have sworn. Am I crazy, chat? Wasn't there a Calgara that did really well? Maybe it was in the Australian regional. There was a guy in like top 16. Yo, what's up, Dum Dum? Any plan to play Emu? Probably not, to be honest. I'll probably more focused on Red Black Sabo. Because I really like Sabo as a character. I mean, I haven't met him in the anime yet, but I've been obsessed with it, with the Sabo leaders, so I feel like I could continue that. Plus, with that was my Discord notification, chat. By the way, I'm going to D&D myself on Discord so you guys don't hear it all night. But Emu, I feel like if I want to play Emu, I'm gonna have to like alt out the deck, and I don't have the money to alt it out. Hi, Morticia. You cannot be on the desk. You've never been allowed on the desk. I don't know why that would change today. Couldn't find room for the 3-cost event. I just want 1 or 2 searches to be able to rush cards for it. As a Calgara main since day 1, I don't complain for more support. Just give me like a 10-cost Shandian that heals and I'm good. Didn't they do that though? Isn't that the NL? Can't the Calgara play the NL? I mean, I guess that's not Shandian Warriors, so it has to specifically be a Sky Island search, right? Also, loyalties, how you doing today? All right, Morticia. But I hope you're doing well. Thanks for coming in. Chad, thank you so much to anybody and everybody who's in here in the stream right now. If you're enjoying the stream over on YouTube, please make sure to hit the like button. And for the members on Twitch, make sure to please hit the follow button. Support. Yeah, the new NL is not Shandorian Warriors, but it's Sky Island, right? So you can still find it. Right? Aren't a lot of the stuff in Calgara Sky, or like they search for Sky Island? $10 NL does the job. Oh my gosh, Vegapunk looks so cool. I hope we see a Vegapunk today, Colin. With the new Vanilla, with the new Edison, with the new Atlas that I've been seeing people play. I hope we see a Vegapunk in the 3v3s. Because I did not see a lot of because I was refreshing Twitter all day today. Trying to... Yo, what up, Teddy? Yeah, Shandorian Sky Island. I feel like there's a lot of Sky Island search in the deck, no? So you can find the NL. But I was scrolling Twitter all day, obsessively. And I did not see a lot of... Vegapunk, unfortunately. Yo, is that Tony? Yo, what's going on, Mr. Announcer Caster? I'm going to turn him down a little bit because I don't want Bandai to come after me. I want to get the 5 elders, the Gege Akutami as well. I want those alts so bad, but I know that I won't be able to afford it. The support in Egg. Yeah, I love that they got more support in OP13. It's so nice. I need to pull up One Piece top decks. Tony, I hope you're having a good night, my friend. Hope you had a good day. Thanks for coming in. Ready to watch some Zoro. I'd be ready to pull up a list as soon as possible. And chat, we're really hoping that the computers stay stable today. During all the matches, I will be recording on my end. Yo, Alonzo, what's going on? Is that Alonzo, one of my top 7,000 hottest viewers? Would it matter to you if they were English or Japanese alts? No, it would not matter, kid. I collect both in English and Japanese. So it doesn't matter to me personally. Yeah, Egghead's also getting Starter Deck 29. I forgot about that. There's so much stuff that's coming out lately, chat. Like Starter Deck 22 comes out in the West next week. Oh, sorry to hear that, Tony. Don't worry, I lost a lot of races when I swam. Man, if I ever got I opened up 2 boxes of OP13, did not get a God Pack. I did get some cool stuff, though, Chad. I posted on YouTube this morning the opening of the Japanese boxes. Also, I'm going to mute on my end because it's hard to talk when I'm listening to them speak at the same time. If you could get a double heal, that would break the Calgara deck, I feel like. Oh, I didn't realize that there was like a live studio audience right here, chat. They're like literally doing this in front of people. That's crazy. I did not know that that was a thing. Yeah, I've been watching these guys. And I've been watching these Japan tournaments since like December 2023. I did not know that they did this. They're just talking about the format of the 3-3 Cup right here, chat. I'll let you guys know when stuff gets crazy. I do need to preemptively put out paint because when they show the data from the tournament, I need to be ready to get my clout on Twitter. Chad, do you guys like my emu commentator beside me? Ready to yap about the matches today. So, chat, if you do not know, I mentioned that you're in teams of 3. You cannot mix colors in this tournament. I thought you couldn't mix color combinations like this. Can you do this now? Can you mix like 2 blue-purple decks? Is that a thing? Wait, is this a new rule? I thought you weren't allowed to do this before. Like you could have 2 half-blue decks, but you couldn't have 2 blue-purple decks. Oh, I saw there was a Beijing Open for Riftbound. But I feel like if I start doing Riftbound stuff, it needs to be on like another channel. I'm glad I have the Temu promo though. Yeah, the Gege arts are going to be mad expensive in English. Wow, look at all this prizing. Oh, I'm definitely not smart enough to play the game, Chris. I play the game because I think it's fun, not because I'm good at it. You got to give Emu a nickname, though. I'll call him Emu. That's his nickname. It's always been like that? Just no matching leaders? You don't know? Maybe I'm just crazy. Maybe I just made that up. I just feel like I remember there was a tournament that we watched that you could not match same color leaders. Streamu Emu? Actually, wait. I changed my answer. Kid, I think you win. Streamu Emu is actually really good. Streamu Emu ready to get the games going. All right, chat. Here is the deck diversity ace being the #1 deck within this tournament. Alongside Emu, they're actually tied in this. let's see, got to crop 3v3, and then I got a tweet. So that's 6 Zoro, 5 Roger, 2 Rayleighs, 2 Purple Luffys, 2 Bello Bettys, and 1 Red Green Luffy. Sick. Let's see, I gotta tweet it out, chat. 3-on-3 Cup, OP13, 15, Red Blue Ace, 15 Emu, 6 Green Zoro, 5 Roger, 2 Rayleigh, 2 Pluffy, 2 Betty, 1 Red Green. I don't know if that's OP13. I don't know if it's OP13 Red Green Luffy. I assume it's Red Green Luffy OP13. Live with friends. Smile. All right. Let me go back to chat. Someone selling the alts for 5 to 9K each. That I would not buy at that price. Ooh, it's not starting soon anymore, chat, by the way. Bring back aggro red meta. There's some good aggro, I feel like, in this game right now. Yeah, I feel like it's definitely the OP13 Luffy, but because, like, that deck is just better. Ooh, this is the first team right now, chat. So the first team that we're going to be watching in this tournament, presumably the top 16 round and maybe the top 8, I'm not 100% sure, looks like it is going to be that OP13 red-green Luffy that we were talking about. It's going to be Roger versus Luffy, Ace versus Ace, and Emu versus Emu. So if I had to imagine, they'll probably show the Roger versus Luffy in this round of the tournament because it's not a mirror match, but definitely interesting. Again, if you do not know, in the 3v3s, the number 1s have to match up to each other, the number 2s have to match up to each other, and the number 3s. I've minimized a little bit right here so then you guys could see that for a second. I am watching this live if you're watching the playback on YouTube that I've got right now, and I do have the official live stream in the description and chat as well. If you're watching this live, I've got the live link for the official live stream in the pinned messages on the live chat on both Twitch and YouTube, and in the YouTube description as well. So hopefully we get a good match right here. I guess people on the YouTube side watching the video already know the matchup because they, well, clicked on the leader or anything like that. I'm kind of hoping for Roger versus Luffy. Red-green Luffy, definitely one of the OP13 decks that are under the radar, I would say, comparatively to all of its counterparts that have released within the set. The Ace, the Emu, the Roger, the Sabo, right? So would be really cool to see that in action, especially to see if it's like a more aggro-leaning deck, right? Kind of mid, kind of control, not control, but like plays a lot of 4s, plays a lot of 5s, right? And then just leaves a lot of Dawn up so nothing really dies by combat. And I think that's actually what we're watching because I think that's a Goldie Roger right there. So we are going to be watching the Goldie Roger versus Luffy matchup. So I got to pull up some sample deck lists of these two decks for you all in this one. It's going to be really interesting, right? Roger, if you do not know, through the start of the game, does have to attach at the beginning of every turn a Dawn to its leader, as the wording says. If you have any Dawn on your field before you start your Dawn phase, give this leader one of the Dawn cards that would be added during your Dawn phase. And then while you have 9 or fewer Dawn on your field, this leader has minus 2,000 power, making it a 5K leader. The Luffy, Dawn ×1 on opponent's attack. If you have 5 or fewer active Dawn, you may rest any number of Dawn. For each Dawn that you rest in this way, up to one of your leaders or characters with the Straw Hat Crew typing gain 2,000 power during the battle. So, especially with 5 Dawn active, right, during your opponent's turn, you may be able to have 1,000, or not, wait, is it 1,000? No, wait. It's 2,000 counter for every Dawn, so quick math, it's 10,000 counter just with your Dawn, right? So a lot of decks in this archetype are built very interestingly, right? I don't know if there's really like a set method at this point yet. Maybe this starts doing it, but we do know that there are plenty of good cards within this set that a lot of people play usually that came in OP13, including stuff like the OP13 Sanji, right? The 5-cost 7,000 power character that raises up to Dawn with the on-play effect, right? Restands to Dawn as active, and a lot of times a lot of different counter events potentially, such as the Charleston. We've got Radio Knife that I've seen in some lists. So going to be really interesting. Chat, leave your predictions in the live chat, whether you're on Twitch or YouTube, who you think is going to win. Do you think Roger or Luffy is going to win? Roger going first in this game, it looks like, I believe. Well, they just did the rock, paper, scissors. I'm not sure. It looks like the Roger is opting to go first. They put out 1 Dawn. So we'll see what the Rogers deck looks like. We'll get a little glimpse of what the Luffy deck looks like. Roger, yesterday in the 3v3, was on the second place deck, as it looks like he's opting to mulligan on that hand. So was part of the second place team. We saw a lot of the Rogers play the Uta, right, that some people were utilizing from the Shanks starter deck, and also the 8-drop Katakuri, just a great card, right, was definitely abused in blue-purple Luffy, and one of the reasons why the pair ban came around. So going to be interesting to see how both of these decks are built. Big dub to Streamu Emu. Let's go. Yes, Streamu Emu, chat, getting his first appearance on the live cast with me, the unofficial English commentary for the Japan Championships. Try to help you guys out for some of you maybe that aren't 100% memorized with the effects and things of that nature. Try to help you out, you know, watch this game a little bit easier, especially when we get brand new decks. And it looks like both players actually mulliganing, so not loving their starting hands. We'll see who's got the fate and the heart of the cards in their deck. I'm actually really excited for this game, chat. I'm really excited to see the red-green Luffy go. Yeah, the prices for the elders are going to be so expensive. It's going to be crazy. It's going to be well out of my price range. I'm definitely not going to be able to afford the SP versions of them unless you guys go crazy with the donations. But I think if I were to alt it out, I would just get the regular alts. Yo, Jay, I appreciate you watching. Thank you so much for joining. I know, Chris, they know how to reach out to me. I know some of the people on the team for the Japan Championships. Oh, it looks like they kind of changed up the camera angle for this. So we got a couple cards in here. We've got the 1-drop event. Let's give it a go and kill each other if we're still alive, right? Being able to ramp a Dawn, as well as the 0-cost event, Divine. I don't think it's called Divine Departure. It may be called Divine Departure. The OP Top Decks translation at least says it, as well as the Odin and also Usohachi. Usohachi just being a great card in here, and that 8-drop Katakuri. So 8-drop Katakuri, I was talking about earlier, how some of the top Roger decks from day 1 of the 3-on-3 Cup happening this weekend in Aichi is going back to this. hot take, I don't like this new camera angle that they have. I don't think it's as clean. So in this red-green Luffy's hand, it looks like off the mulligan, they've got the Bonnie blocker from OP12, that 5-cost Bonnie, one of the secret rares in the set. They've also got the 6-cost Trafalgar Law that we were talking about earlier. It looks like they have the 5-cost Sanji and also the 4-cost Tony Chopper from that Punk Hazard section. I think that card on the very right side is the secret rare Luffy, the 6-cost from OP13. We might get some reveals tonight, Greg. We might. They were starting to do some yesterday. And here we go on here. Looks like the Roger going first. And I don't think he has anything to do at this point, especially with no Shanks 1-drop searcher. So passing it off to the Luffy for the 2 Dawn. And so now going to be starting out with a Nami searcher. Going to be looking at that top 5 for a Straw Hat. Plenty of options to be able to grab within this deck, right? Through the years now of this card game. Looks like he's going for a 2-drop Sanji from OP01, potentially a nice 2K to add to hand, right? And maybe try to get a little bit aggressive, but maybe leaning more towards the Chopper blocker. But no, actually, this Sanji, not the one from OP01. This is the starter deck 21 Sanji. This is the Sanji that gives one of your characters unblockable, if I'm not mistaken. So gonna have to be something that this Roger keeps in mind as he goes in through this game, right? Gonna have to keep track of that card. And so Roger now, after with going into the 3 Dawn turn, right, as part of the leader effect, does have to attach 1 to lead. So he's gonna start out swinging 6 at lead. And so this 6K swing at lead might go ahead, get a 2K, or put this Luffy down to 3. Probably likely going to use this 1-cost event after this swing. So is going to go ahead and just counter with that, not giving up any more information in the hand. And there we go, using that 1-cost event. Let's give it a go and kill each other if we're still alive. That event, if you rest 1 more Dawn card and your leader, Goldie Roger, has a Dawn attached to it, allows you to ramp a Dawn as rested. So again, this deck just wanting a ramp every single turn. Going to be going to 6 Dawn next turn, 5 active, 1 attached to lead. So the Luffy now going ahead swinging 6 at lead is going to have 3 Dawn open to be able to utilize for whatever he wants. The Roger going to take that first life, is going to find another Odin, and Luffy now starting out with a Nami search is going to be able to look at that top 5 yet again for another Straw Hat card, finds a couple different options, grabs a Punk Hazard Tony Chopper blocker that looks like that PRBO2 alternate art, and maybe is planning just to leave the 2 up, right? Maybe utilizing his leader effect next turn to be able to rest 1 of his Dawn and give his leader plus 2,000 power. And so now the Roger going into his turn is going to have to attach 1 Dawn, so still has 5 active, is perfect to be able to play down this Odin on the field, right? This Odin, a 5-cost blocker, does have that on-play effect of if you have any given Dawn cards, you ramp a Dawn as rested, so could work perfectly. So swinging 6 and Luffy using his leader effect for a nice free 2K counter is going to go ahead, play that Odin that I mentioned to get another ramp. So just another consecutive turn with that ramp and likely going to end the turn. You are going to establish a 6,000 power blocker, which is going to be nice, right, with these swings. Going to force the Luffy, if he wants to be able to force a card out of hand or anything like that, is going to have to attach 1 of his Dawn to leader to be able to do that. So now here at this point, I think thinking about playing this Trafalgar Law is going to go ahead, play down the Trafalgar Law from OP13, pick up 1 of his characters, and play a 5-cost or less rested onto the field. Is going to go ahead, play Sanji, one of the new rares in the set. Sanji with that on play is going to restand 2 Dawn, and so with that, Luffy is going to be able to swing 6 and still leave 1 open to be able to force at least 1 card out of the Roger's hand or get him to take a life. Don't think he really wants to get rid of anything in this hand, right? It might be next turn that you're playing either the Katakuri or the Odin, but is going to go ahead and block right there and give up one card. So we'll see. Looks like maybe leaning towards that Douglas bullet in his hand to get rid of, and it is going to be exactly that. And so with the end of turn effect, that Sanji not only having an on-play effect, but the end of turn, since his leader is a Straw Hat type, he gets to set up a Dawn card as active. So 2 active Dawn up to be able to utilize for the Luffy leader effect to be able to help get out of these swings. Roger now with 8 Dawn as active, 9 Dawn in total, could play this 8-drop Katakuri if he wanted to, especially with the end of turn. On this 8-drop Katakuri, he's going to be able to ramp at the end of turn to 10 Dawn and be able to not have to attach Dawn to his leader every single turn. It's going to be really nice in that sense. So going to be interesting to see if he actually plays that out on here. He would establish 2 blockers, right? And especially with the Luffy playing out a 6-cost Trafalgar Law and a 5-cost Sanji at this point, there's a couple swings that are going to be coming in, so maybe you do want to hold on to this Odin, maybe not swing it yet, and go ahead and keep it up for the potential blocks. I lost my train of thought as that Luffy on that 6,000 power Roger swing goes and takes his first life. Playing that Katakuri, just like I mentioned, is going to probably go ahead, pass off the turn. And so with that end of turn effect on the Katakuri is going to take him to 10. Now with the Roger leader effect, when it goes back to his turn, for anyone who's a little bit confused on the Roger effect, he does not have to attach any more Dawn to his leader at the start of his turn. So getting a ramp pretty much every single turn at this point for the Roger is going to put him in a very nice spot, right? Still at 4 life, but the Luffy now still has a pretty good position of his own. So going to be starting out swinging 7,000 power now at lead. Roger just going to take it instead of utilizing this Katakuri, right, as a 6-cost character. So is going to go ahead, play another Sanji to restand 2 more Dawn Sanji. Such a good card is being played in so many different green decks right now as a 5-cost 7,000 power character. One of the best green 5-costs that we've got at this point. Is going to go ahead, attach one of those stood Dawn to the Luffy and swing 6. And the Goldie Roger thinking about blocking with the Katakuri at this point. Only 4 Dawn active right now with the Luffy, and could go ahead, maybe play that Punk Hazard Tony Chopper that we saw him grab earlier, especially because both of these Sanjis will restand Dawn at the end of turn to be able to use on your counter as your leader effect. Actually, a really cool game that we've got in the works, especially with this Luffy. So really like what we're seeing right now at this point as he's kind of thinking about what he wants to do. Doesn't have like a ton of counter right now outside of those 0-cost events that he's got in the hand. If he wanted to, he would be able to go ahead and get 3,000 power. And so Luffy now going in, doing a little bit of search, still has 3 Dawn active, is not going to be playing one of those 4-cost Tony Choppers at this point, but can go ahead and grab something. And looks like he's going to grab 9-cost Zoro. Might just go into a situation in this next turn where he plays 9-cost Zoro and just tells his opponent, all right, let's see if you can get out of this one. So is going to be going ahead now and passing off the turn. The Sanji's restanding the Dawn. Was the Roger a 7,000 power leader actually? Wait, how did the 6K swing go through on the Luffy? Because he took this life. And so he just swung the 6,000 power, not remembering that Roger was 7,000 power, right? Because there was 10 Dawn on the field. Roger's minus 2,000 power effect is a continuous effect. That's something I didn't realize at first, I think. So Roger now swinging 7,000 power. Yeah, he was a 7K leader. Thank you, Lord Richards. Yeah. 7,000 power is going to make the math a little bit more difficult for this Luffy, especially with this leader effect. But with plenty of active Dawn, right? 5 active Dawn in total. He's just going to go ahead, rest 2, and get out of that. This Luffy not really giving up any cards in hand. The Roger, though, maybe thinking about going a little bit more aggressive, maybe wanting to swing 8,000 power at this Luffy to be able to just pressure the amount of Dawn, right? Make him want to utilize as much Dawn as possible and try to get these cards out of hand. So it looks like he's just going to do that same exact thing, just utilize the 2 Dawn, especially because the Katakuri is going to be able to restand at the end of turn with that end of turn effect. Makes sense. And now the 10 cost Shanks come in. This 10 cost Shanks, a staple, it seems like, in these Roger decks right now, but passes off the turn without swinging with this Shanks. Interestingly enough, didn't want to swing with him because I feel like because the Shanks does have rush, right, and everything gets minus 1,000 power, so just opting to keep him alive potentially at this point. So now the Luffy gonna go ahead, start off swinging 7,000 power. Is going to go ahead and match the Roger leader. Definitely a great card within this matchup, right? A good card in general, but especially in this one, having bodies that can match the leader without having to invest any Dawn is going to be worthwhile within your game plan in the long run. And so is going to go ahead and swing another 7. Going to try to fetch a card right now. Looking like potentially the Scooper Gabbin that he's got in his hand, maybe thinking about something else at this point instead. And it looks like is going to be that Odin for a 1K counter. Is going to go ahead, attach 1 to lead, and utilize that 9 cost Zoro. That 9 cost Zoro is going to be so threatening at the end of turn. And if you're wondering why he attached 1 to leader, right, on that, you know, he could have had another active Dawn. Luffy, to be able to utilize his leader effect, does have to have a Dawn attached to him. So, is going to... Oh my gosh, wait, yeah. Hold on, wait. These are 6K swings right here. Hold on, yeah. Because that Shanks is on the field. Yeah, everything should have been minus 1,000 powers. So, this should have been a 6K swing. Didn't do anything. This should have been a 6K swing. Should not have fetched this. Oh my gosh, wait. Yeah. It's the one that turns off blockers for the turn. Oh, I'm sorry. Yes. This is the Rush Shanks. This is the new promo Shanks. Is this the new promo Shanks that they have? So actually, these are 7,000 power. So good catch. And so now the Roger, starting out the turn, is going to use his leader effect on the Roger swing and counter out 1 with the Bonnie to go to 8,000 power. And now with the Katakuri, is going to use the other one and a 2K to go in with that. This Shanks, being a promo Shanks, right, is going to go ahead now on a 12,000 power swing. Pulling up this Shanks for you guys. A promo, not the one that I was thinking of. I thought it was like a PRBO2 alternate art, but it's not. With that 10 cost Shanks that you see on the top side, on play when attacking, your opponent cannot activate blocker during the turn. Right, so a nice 12,000 power unblockable is going to get rid of one of these Sanjis, and the other, the one on the bottom side that you saw from OP09, is going to get rid of the other Shanks. So thank you so much, chat, actually, for pointing that out. Definitely a tricky one right there, especially because we don't have those promos yet. But now going into the Luffy's turn, he's going to start out with this Sanji, the starter deck 22 Sanji that we talked about earlier. He had found it on a search, but got another one later in the game. Up to one of your Straw Hat type characters with 6,000 power or more your opponent cannot activate blocker, so obviously giving it to the Zoro is going to allow this Zoro, with all of its swings, to be able to go in unblockable. Can't use the Odin to block, can't use the Katakuri to block. So starts out with a 9,000 power swing because of the Shanks effect, right? One Dawn attached to the Zoro here. So just starting to think about how he wants to get out of it. He does have a lot of counter in hand, especially with the different events, right? With those two events of the 1-drop and the 0-drop, does have the opportunity to gain a lot of counter. The 1-drop event giving 3,000 power to leader, and the 0-cost event basically being a trash 1 3,000 power effect. Yes, Chad, this Shanks right here, this Shanks is a promo Shanks. And then this one is the minus 1,000 power. That's on me. I totally forgot that there was a promo 10 drop, because the Blackbeard, the Buggy, the Shanks, and what's the fourth one? Like the 4 Emperors got the one. Yeah. Can't use blocker when he's on play and when attacking. But after taking that first life, the Zoro going in with another swing right there. Still has about 6 Dawn as active to be able to utilize for this Zoro to restand as he goes in with unblockable. Does have another one of those Sanjis in hand. So if this Luffy can hold on and maybe keep this Zoro alive, might be able to get 2 consecutive turns with this Zoro. But looks like opting to use the Zoro second effect to restand him and then attach one to lead, pass off the turn. Does not want this Roger to swing at the Zoro, right? Especially with 2 12,000 power characters on the field, and with the potential for another 10-cost Shanks to come down, like the one that we see in hand. That just minuses so much power on this Zoro and neutralizes him so much within this game. So just trying to keep him alive and use him multiple turns. Is going to go ahead off the 7,000 power leader swing. Go ahead, use leader effect and counter out with the Cavendish to go to 8,000 power. Now the 8,000 power swing, just going to be 2 leader effects right there to go to 9,000. So now with the 10-cost Shanks, the promo doesn't have a blocker on field anyway, right? This Trafalgar Law doesn't have blocker until you're at 1 life or less. So it's just going to take these 2 life that he's got right there. And with the full 10 Dawn, I think going to be going in with this Shanks for another 12,000 power swing. Is going to go ahead, do exactly that, go in and swing. The Law is active as a blocker now, so could go ahead and block at this point. So going in with that swing is just going to take this last life. So now passing off the turn to the Luffy. Going to be interesting for this Luffy, right? Especially with 1 blocker. The blocker can't block the promo Shanks. That's the first Shanks in the top stack of 3. But you could block one of the other 12,000 power Shanks. And is going to go ahead with that starter deck Sanji that we talked about right there. And might just go ahead and swing out with this Zoro right here. Might just go all in on this guy. Looks like thinking about attaching all of this Dawn. You do only need 3 to get the different swings. So what is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5? Looks like 5. Yeah, 5 Dawn on the Zoro. Minus 2 from the 2 Shanks. So 7. And then 5, that's 12,000 powers. So you can expect 3 12,000 power swings coming in right here. Unblockable. So is going to take the first one. Is going to be a 1K counter, which is going to help him out a ton. Think only needs to get out of one of these swings from the Zoro. Oh, is it that you can't use the blocker at all? So takes this second one. Looks like it's going to be another counter. I think he's got enough to get out of this one. Is going to go ahead, use that trash one to get 3,000 power to put him up to 10. And all he's got to do is just use another one right there of the other card in hand to go up to 13. And Roger going to be the winner of that one. Oh, it says on the Shanks, you cannot activate blocker during the turn. Right here, chat. If only I could read. Yeah, it's for the whole turn that you can't block. So definitely a good game, especially like as you can see by the Roger, and it looks like that was the first one. Let's see, Luffy. Yeah, that was the first one that was completed in this 3v3. So the team on the left up 1-0. Still, the team on the right can win. They just have to have the mirror matches that they have go their way. Because remember, chat, in a 3v3, you do have to win 2 of the 3. But interestingly enough, chat, I mean, that Roger probably had the pretty much ideal game that you want, right? Had ramp every single turn, especially at the beginning of the game. Also had plenty of counter in hand left over and was able for 3 straight turns to play a 10 drop, especially when 2 of those 3 10 drops trust. When you see card game players, you have no idea how to read. We use trust. Especially when like I don't physically have the cards. It's one thing to like not know the cards when you're actively like playing the format. But especially like, because I try to do some studying, chat. I try to review the cards before like I do these tournaments. Like look at deck lists, review the cards. But that one, like especially at first, I just thought it was a PRB alternate art. It looked like PRB alternate art. But that's on me. Shoo! Chat, thank you so much for hanging out here. If you're enjoying the stream and you're liking what you see, make sure to please go ahead and hit the like button on YouTube. Make sure as well to hit the follow button on Twitch. Helps out a ton and helps our people get their get to see what we're doing on this. Are they just going to hold this up? Are they going to show the other match? He's clapping. It sounds like one of the games just ended. Oh, it looks like we're going down to the floor, chat. So it looks like we're going to the Emu mirror match. So it looks like player on the right side looking at player on the left's trash. Looks like it's player on the right's turn. I know, I want to watch some Red Blue Ace as well, Jay. So it looks like Emu on the left went ahead and is swinging out with these characters that he's got. The player on the right side, if I had to take a guess, is probably thinking about one of these swings. Right, these 5 elders that you got on the field are 7,000 power base at this point. The one that is, it's hard to explain because I don't actually know their names, is going to go ahead and block on the swing that we saw and utilize that on KO effect to draw 1 card as one of the elder blockers has that effect. Is going to start out with the search. Did he fail? I don't even know what he put in his hand. He did that so fast. Does have the Mary Joa, is that how you pronounce it? Onto the field. Both players have that. Does go ahead and swing 7 and just counters 3 1Ks. Shoo! So now swinging 7,000 power with leader is going to go ahead, take that life, is going to go ahead, put 5, and now swings 9. With that 2, go ahead and block. I think he just scooped after that, right? Or no, he ended up winning? Wait, how did he win? Because he swung 7, or he swung 9, and then he blocked. Am I missing something? Yeah, because that team won. Did the ace win? No, the ace won. Or no. This is this side. He had to have won. He had to have won. So how did he win, chat? Can anybody explain this to me? Because he had 2 on left. He attached it to swing 9. This guy blocked because he had one of the blockers on field. And then he scooped. Yeah, how did they win? Mary Joie? I mean, I'm gonna have to learn how to say it. Or maybe I can just get you guys to comment on every single video. I want to say it right. Mary Joie. Did they switch camera angles? Oh, you know what? Actually, they might have switched camera angles. Okay, so this guy right here. This is the guy on the red team. This is the guy on the blue team. So with the hat is on the left side. No, they didn't switch camera angles. This guy is this one right here. Saturn and June Peter. Isn't this guy blocker, though? Hold on. Oh, wait. I think I accidentally... Oh, wait. Shoot. Type. He had... Yeah, he had this guy up, right? Yeah, he had this guy up. So he blocks. Because he definitely had 7 cards in trash. Because he had this guy up. He goes in. He blocks. Yeah, he's like, bam. And then this guy just kind of put all his cards in his deck. So if he was on the red team... This is table 3, table 1-1. He had to have won. Am I just dumb? I mean, don't tell me that I'm dumb. Because this is the guy that has rush. Yeah, how did he win? Because he's got the Gorosen on the board. Oh, I guess maybe, well, no, because you still have these guys. So you just swing with these guys. I feel like I'm going crazy. Did we miss anything in there? So that's the Vivi that they revealed yesterday. Chat, if you do not know, EB03 is going to be One Piece Heroines themed. If you don't know, the One Piece Heroines theme is based on the novels that they have. They have a couple novels. It's like side stories of all the more popular female characters within One Piece. I don't know if they're like, I haven't read it yet. I own 2 volumes of the English novels because there's only 2 out right now. I don't know if they're like origin stories. I don't know if they're just like side stories of the characters like during the journey or whatever. Hot take, or not just Bandai, One Piece is, or Bandai, yeah, Bandai a little bit. The IP's kind of been weird about Bonnie all the time. I don't love Bonnie. That's just me. That's just me. I still don't know how he won. Genuinely. Because it's not like he had another rush guy on the field, right? He had swung with everything. Right? He swung with everything? Gosh, now I want to like go back and look at it. Yeah, like he swung with everything. And I understand that like if he had another swing, then this guy was cooked, but he didn't have another swing. Because this 7, he takes the life, and then the last swing gets this guy. This is a reprint, chat, of the OP13. This is like a promo version. Yo, what's up, Rasta? We stream every Japan Championship. BBX B Hyde. Thank you so much for following over on Twitch, by the way. Hope you're all having a great day. Because he would have had lethal on him, right? Chat, we've got the second round of the tournament. All 4 teams that we've seen so far within this tournament have Ace and Emu. Definitely the most 2 popular leaders of this tournament. I think we're watching the same team. The blue team is the team that we watched last round, but the red team having a Rayleigh on it. So we might, I don't know, by the, I don't know, because I can't see into the future. We're watching this live. But I would imagine that we're probably watching Rayleigh versus Roger. Yo, what up, AJ? That's a good-looking chatter right there. I got to pull up a sample Rayleigh list in OP13. Are you telling me that One Piece Top Decks does not have a Rayleigh deck in OP13 format? That's crazy. This might be a whole different team because I don't recognize this guy. We might be watching a whole different team, actually. We are watching Emu, though. All right, chat. Here it is. Here's the test. I have to try to say all of the Emu names correctly. That's going to be difficult. This is going to be the Emu mirror match. Chat, if you do not know, Emu, by the rules of the game, cannot play any events that cost 2 or more. And at the start of the game, before you put out your starting hand, before you put out your Dawn, your life, you can search out a stage card with the Holy Land Mary Joa type from the deck. So both players doing that right now. So the player on the right side is going to be grabbing, both players going to be grabbing the 1-cost stage, Mary Joa, as they go in their starting hand. Emu, a 4-life, 5,000 power leader, also has an activate main once per turn. You may trash one of your Celestial Dragon type characters in play or 1 card from hand. Draw 1 card. Debatably one of the best decks in format, right? Especially being introduced into OP13. Really goes in with the combo of trying to get out the 5 Elders. The 5 Elders being a huge combo for the deck to get a bunch of extra effects, as well as just 5 bodies on the board on a single play. Going to be really interesting to see how this mirror plays out, right? Because especially if you want to play Emu in OP13, you're going to need to know how to play it. Zua, Goa, Mary Goa, Mary Goa. Like that, chat? Also, D, thank you so much. It's hard being stupid, you know? Like, it's hard being stupid when you don't know these things. The Elders are like planets. You got Mary Goa earlier. It's crazy because, like, I'm not caught up in One Piece, so, like, man, it's so tough. I know that they're, like, named like planets, but I just don't know which one's which. Like Saturn or Jupiter. Mary Zwa. Mary Schwa. Shua. I wonder how many different pronunciations I can get from you guys. See, Dum Dum, when you post that, it looks like Joa. Madi Joa. The player on the right side having a little bit of the different tech cards that we see sometimes in Emu with that 2K Shirahoshi 1-drop. We'll see if he decides to play it on the field. Also got another 2K in the Celestial Dragon. Has some searchers to be able to utilize within the game. The player on the right side having a little bit of text of their own in the 1-drop Vivi, right? Activating as a blocker later in the game, as well as some of the Elders in hand and the 10-cost Gorosen. Maybe if you were caught up in the anime, you would know. It's French. That's even worse. Schwa. Mary Schwa. Schwa. Mary Schwa. That's how I'm going to say it. Mary Schwa. And I blame you if it's wrong, chat. Our perfect commentator. Looks like the player on the right side going first in this match does have those 1-drop searcher events to be able to utilize at the beginning of the game. Is going to definitely bode well for him, especially to not only build up the trash, but be able to find some key pieces of the puzzle in those top 3s. Going to be moving off now into this event, and so going off and starting first is going to go ahead, do the 1-drop event, go in and look at the top 3 off of the 5 Elder Stars are here. So is going to be looking around, does have a couple different options. We'll see which one he picks, as most everything is grabbable in this. Looks like he is going to be grabbing Jupiter. St. Jupiter on the side, and is going to be using leader effect. Emu being able to use that leader effect is going to go ahead and trash what I believe was Mars, the St. Marcus Mars, off of that to draw 1 card, filter out the hand, build up the trash. Now has 4 cards in trash off of the first turn of the game. So now the player on the left side doesn't necessarily have the same strength in a sense in terms of the amount of searches, but I think has the 1-drop searcher as part of it. But no, does not. Just goes ahead and uses leader effect to get rid of the Baron Nazujuro and puts down the Vivi preemptively. The Vivi doesn't have blocker yet. You need to have a specific amount of cards in trash, 10 to be exact. If you do not know, from OP13, has not really had any limelight until this deck, right? Maybe had a spurt or two in Rob Lucci leading up to this. The player on the right side starting out his turn with going ahead and swinging is going to go ahead and rest 3 in total, it looks like, but maybe not. Maybe opting for something else through this, especially with the 1 cost. Mary Schwa in there is going to be able to have a cost 2 or more. Celestial Dragon, cost 1 less, is going to play out that 4-drop. Which one is it? It's the Saturn, right? The Saturn on there to look at the top 5 and find an Elder Stars type card and add it to the hand. And so thinking about what he's got in trash, what pieces he needs, is looking at grabbing just another Nazujuro in there. So is going to go ahead, grab that guy onto the field. He is a 1K counter and is the Elder that does gain rush at a certain point. So maybe thinking about later in the game to be able to get that rush online as early as possible and get the when attacking effect of -2,000 on one of the player on the left's characters to control the board later. Is thinking about what card to utilize, I think, for the leader effect, and is going to go ahead and utilize the 1-drop Searcher event, actually. Kind of surprising, in my opinion, that he would opt to use that for the effect, right? But I think that this deck just naturally building up the trash pretty easily. You're not really worried about getting to 10, right? Which is where a lot of the, or 7, where a lot of the Elders get their extra effects. The player on the left side is going to go ahead, start out the turn once again with pitching a Jupiter, and now going ahead swinging 5 at lead. Does have 4 Dawn open, could utilize for the 4-cost Elder like he did earlier, resting 3 for it because of the Mary Schwa event, and is just going to mirror his opponent on the other side, going ahead doing a search for one of the 5 Elders. So it looks like has a couple options, cannot grab that Vivi, but can go ahead, just like his opponent, find the Nazujuro. Oh, Nazujuro is Venus. Thank you. Thank you. Maybe should I call him Venus, chat, or should I call him Nazujuro? I don't have the hiragana in front of me. It's a little hard to read from here. And so the player on the right side, starting out the turn, looks like going to be swinging 5 at lead, just trying to bait out a card or a life from this left side. Being a 4-life leader, got to be cautious about how many 5K pokes that you take within this game, and is just going to go ahead and use the 1-cost counter event. The world's equilibrium cannot be maintained forever, right? Is going to give his leader plus 3,000 power to be able to get out of that swing. Looks like the player on the right side did grab one of the 1-drop Searchers, may try to utilize that in the turn, but uses the leader effect to get rid of his own equilibrium event card to find another. So is going to start out with that Mary Schwa to cheat out the, I forget his name, Nazujuro, or Venus, I think it was that chat told me. Venus Juro. Venus is the better shorthand. I'll go with Venus. And with the Venus, does not go for the rush, but just has him out on the field right now. Maybe thinking about playing that 7-drop Peter in the next turn. Jupiter. Jupiter? Yeah, Jupiter. So player on the left side now is going to go in. Did pitch 1 Jupiter earlier, but may go ahead and play 1 now that he's at 6. Especially with the Jupiter, if you've got enough built-in trash, which he does not actually have enough built-in trash. He has not had a great game building up the trash up to this point. I think advantage maybe leaning a little bit more towards the right side of the field. May just be nice to go ahead and establish at this point, just to keep up pace, but is thinking about resting 3 instead. Maybe thinking about doing another one of these searches, but no, starts out with leader effect, pitches the Vivi in hand to draw 1 card, now at 4 in the trash. Is going to go ahead with that Elder that I mentioned earlier, the Saturn, to go in and look at the top 5 yet again. Is going to go ahead, just grab another Saturn, right? Especially as a 4-cost searcher. It does have the ability to grab himself as long as he is an Elder Star, and could just go ahead and play back-to-back turns of getting a Saturn on the field right now. Especially because the Mary Joie does not have a once per turn effect on that stage. Is going to be nice to just play out more bodies onto the field, especially, and be very efficient with the Dawn. But first, the player on the right side has to think about this 5K swing. No Dawn open at this point, but does have some counter in hand. Is going to go ahead with that 2-cost Celestial Dragon right there on the counter, and then going ahead playing that Saturn, like I mentioned. Man, I got to memorize these guys' planet names. And so on this search, is just going to grab the 4th Saturn. So is just going to find all of the Saturns within his deck right now. You can only run 4 of a card in the one-piece trading card game unless it says otherwise. So at least the player on the right side now, as it passes on to his turn, knows that, well, he's not going to find any more after this. And interestingly enough, both players being very passive with their characters in this gameplay, does not want to get any swings in at this point. The player on both sides just leaving their characters as active. So we'll see now as we're getting to the later stages of the Dawn, the player on the right side at 7 in total. We'll see what he decides to play out on this turn. So on that 5K swing is going to counter out of the Saturn right there. That Elder with a nice 1K counter on it. Starts out with the 1-cost searcher that came in OP13. It's a Saint Shalria. Say that 5 times fast. Is going to be able to look at that top 3 and grab a Celestial Dragon card outside of the Saint Shalria and put it in hand. But one thing that you have to do after you grab a card is you have to go ahead and pitch a card from hand. So is a nice way to build up the trash within this deck as he's thinking about what he should get rid of. So it looks like he's going to be getting rid of one of these Equilibrium events. And so is going to use that leader effect on the Saint Shalria to go ahead and draw 1 card off the leader effect, putting that character in the bin. And thinking about the amount of cards in trash, he has to have over 7 at this point for sure. So is going to be able to play that 7-drop Jupiter down onto the field. And now at this point, right, all of his Elders are going to be a base power of 7,000 power or more on his turn. So if he wants to go in and start swinging 7, he can at this point, and is going to start doing exactly that. Is going to go 7,000 power at lead, be on the offensive now as the Emu on the left side takes the first life. Is maybe thinking about swinging with the other one, the bald guy, the Nazujuro, or Venus, I think, as you all were saying. Yo, what up, Kibi? How are you? On that, when attacking, you do get to minus 2,000 power to one of your opponent's characters. Not really mattering at this point, especially because Vivi is not a blocker as of yet. And the Emu on the left side just going to be taking this life. Does find a 10-drop Gorosen, which is going to be nice, especially as I think he's going on to 8 Dawn now cannot play that Gorosin as of yet, but is going to be very nice to maybe get out some cards of his own to be able to utilize for the offensive side, especially because you have so many Saturns on the field. I believe that guy is called. Is it Saturn? I'm like quizzing myself at this point. Yes, Saturn. Finding all 4 of his searchers. So what do you do at this point if you're the player on the left side? I feel like player on the right side having a little bit of advantage at this point. Just being able to build up the trash is going to go ahead with a Saint Shalria of his own. So going in with this 3 is going to grab the 2K that he's got. The Saint Josgard? I don't know how to say that. Oh, dang. I was trying to read that real quick. But anyways, ends up using leader effect on the Saint Shalria to draw 1 card after trashing one of the elders. Is going to have enough in there to be able to activate different effects, and now swings 5 at this rested character right here, this Venus. So now is going to go ahead, control the board a little bit, right? Try to get rid of these characters. Counters 2K out of that first swing. So I was thinking about maybe swinging with the rest of the board that he's got before playing out any of these characters. Just looking at the amount of 2Ks and maybe counter events. So now taking another swing at this Venus. I think Venus is probably the most dangerous out of the ones on the field. Like, sure, the Jupiter does give 7,000 power base to all of the characters, but especially with the power swap on this Venus, you want to get rid of it as soon as possible. So that is him going down right there. Is now going to swing at the opposing Saturn right now, just trying to get rid of all the characters on board. And this might be a part where we start to see a little bit of stabilization for the player on the left side as he gets rid of that character. Only 5 cards in hand over on the right side, where the player on the left has almost upwards of, I think, 8 or so in hand. Might be trying to play out some of these other blockers and or searchers that he's got in the hand, right? The St. Topman Valkyrie, one that we haven't seen hit the field yet, but the 4th Saturn has now hit the field. Going to be searching through that top 5. Is going to find the 1-drop. Originally, it wasn't their counter event, right? To be able to give Emu or one of your characters plus 4,000 power. Miosgard. Okay. Miosgard. That's what that guy's name was. I'll try to remember that. Vegas is everywhere, kid. Vegas is everywhere. Some are on the YouTube chat. Some are on the Twitch chat. Appreciate it, Kibi. Thank you. I need to get a drink after this. And so with 4 Dawn still left, is thinking about attaching 2 and now swinging 7 at lead, getting a little bit more of the offensive. Does he have one of the 2-drop blockers in hand? Might just leave 2 up for the counter events that he's got. But player on the right side now having to think about this 7,000 power swing. Is going to go ahead, take that life, put it into the hand. Now maybe a 1 on the playing over the Saturn. Is maybe going in with the 2-drop blocker. Is going to mill 1 card from the top of the deck. A lot of people, especially when Emu was first revealed, playing the 2-drop Cobra blocker. This Celestial Dragon absolutely replacing him, getting the same type of treatment, right, with that on play of milling 1 card. Now the player on the left side having more than 10 cards in the trash is going to be able to do whatever he wants at this point. So player on the right side now at 9 is going to use leader effect to get rid of one of the Gorosen in his hand. Not going to be able to play that, I believe. Is a Celestial Dragon, so could play that out on the field, right, because of your stage that you have, but you wouldn't be able to use the 5 Elder Stars effect on that activate main to get all of your Elder Stars out, just simply because you don't have the ability to right now, right, because you have to have 1 Dawn to be able to use that effect. So starting out, swinging 5 at Saturn, I think, is going to go ahead with the Vivi block. Does not want to give up any of these characters on the field. Does have the Jupiter right now, so the Jupiter is going to be 7,000 power base. Is going to go ahead, swing at one of these Saturns, or maybe just going at lead. Either way is going to prompt the 2-drop block. And now here's where cards start getting played down. We've got a Saturn on the right side, looking at that top 5, trying to find a piece of the puzzle. Maybe, honestly, a blocker, maybe a removal card at this point. Definitely has built up the trash to what he wants. Is going to go ahead, find the Venus. The Venus going to be very nice to maybe clear out one of these Saturns on the field and control the board. Or maybe at this point, do you just always go for life if you're like going in with the Venus? Because players now are just going to be going for Gorosen, right? The 10 drops to put out onto the field. So are you really worried about clearing board? I guess it would minimize the amount of swings that you take in the next turn, right? Because every body that you leave up means that they're going to swing at you before the Gorosen really goes in and gets played. But is thinking about grabbing right here the Mars. The Mars, not one of the cards that we've seen the player on the right side really gather at this point. Oh, yeah, that's right. He can't even use a removal card because they all have protection effects. I completely forgot about that. Oh, Warcry is Warcury. I got a lot to learn, 619, the game. I got a lot to learn with the mirror match. No cards revealed yet, Grassdog. No cards revealed yet in the tourney. So now passing off to the player on the left side. That 4-drop is a blocker out onto the field with that on KO effect of drawing 1 card, right? The Warcry, I think is what his name is going to go ahead, start out swinging 5, just taking a bunch of 5Ks at this Jupiter that we've got on the field. Counters out of 1, counters out of another. Only 4 cards in hand. Looks like the resource war at least going pretty well for the player on the right side after taking life very early comparatively to the player on the right side. So I think trying to think about if he wants to block or if he wants to counter out. So is thinking about a Shirahoshi right here. Is thinking about countering out with the Shirahoshi. It is a 2K, so getting rid of a 2K is definitely hurtful in your hand, but you don't really have many other options outside of 2Ks. So ends up letting that KO go right there. Potentially is going to go ahead and do that, not opting for the block as of yet. Now Emu just swinging 5 at lead, fulfilling the 5,000 power swings. Gotta imagine now at 10 Dawn that the 5 Elder 10 cost is going to be put out onto the field. But first, utilizing leader effect to draw 1 card, get rid of one of these Saturns, especially now resting 9 for the 10 drop. The Gorosen is going to be able to use that activate main, resting 1 Dawn and trashing 1 from hand to play each one of the 5 elders on the field after you clear your entire board. So is going to be thinking about which card he wants to get rid of. The least valuable card is going to be another one of those 10 drops. So opting for that And now going in, playing each one of the 5 elders onto the field. You get all of those effects as well, right? The Saturn Search. That's the 5th Saturn Search of the game for this player on the left side. And I think he's thinking about grabbing one of these Searcher events, right? We saw the Empty Throne and I think 2 other of the 1-drop Searcher events going in here. Now is going to be able to do that rush, right? You don't get the on-KO effect because if you do not remember, they all have the protection effect on them in the mirror match. But you still get to go ahead and swing 7,000 power. And so the player on the right side opting for the block and draw 1 card does find a Saint Salria, say that 5 times fast, and passes off the turn, moves on to the player on the right side. So you gotta imagine that a Gorosen for him is going to be coming as well on this turn. It's not going to be able to clear board, but is going to be able to get a little bit of pokes going onto at least the Venus. Is it Venus or Mars? I'm trying to memorize. Nazujuro? I think that's Venus. Venus Juro, right? So anyways, going in with that 5K swing is going to go ahead, prompt a 1K counter. Use this leader effect to draw 1 card. I would imagine that you swing this other Saturn, right? Before you go in, try to get rid of this guy. But once again, just feeding a card into the hand. Now resting 9 is going to go ahead with the Gorosen. So utilizing that effect with the Final Dawn, pitching a card in hand is going to get rid of the it wasn't their 1 cost event to be able to play out his own set of 5 elders. So after getting these guys out onto the field, similar to the player on the left side, is going to be able to search with that Saturn to find a piece. I wonder if you're trying to find like a 10-drop right now. But I think he's maybe pitched 1 or 2 10-drops already. I know he's definitely pitched 1 before he played out the one on this turn. So opting for another Saturn right here, going to put that in hand, is at least going to be a 1K counter. And now is thinking about swinging this Venus. So going ahead with the Venus, we'll see. It looks like he's swinging at the opposing Venus right now, going minus 2,000. So using that block is going to be able to draw 1 card. And now going to go ahead, swing 5,000 power at the Venus. Is going to go ahead, block with the other one. So this other blocker that they have onto the field looks like going to block and counter out of the swing. So is going to counter out his other Venus that he's got to be able to save that blocker. Just try to get an extra swing in at this point, right? Because it's going to be all about the resource game. Now, who can go the longest without running out of resources? That's going to be the name of the game right now. We see another blocker in hand, another set of blockers really for the player on the left side. So starts out with the Venus, is going to go ahead into the opposing Venus and minusing 2,000 power there, putting it to 3,000 power. Is just going to let it go first, not opting for either of the 2 blockers that they have. And now here come the 5K swings. Remember that your 5 elders only are 7,000 power base during your turn. So with this 7,000 power swing coming from the Saturn now going to lead, you have a lot to think about on these swings, how you want to block, how you want to counter, and opts for the first swing to go 2K, 1K to get up to 8. And so now utilizing the leader effect, maybe try to look for a Gorosen at this point to be able to utilize on the top. Does not find it. Now uses that 1-drop searcher event. You kind of like to see that if you're the player on the right side, because that means that the Gorosen's not going to come out now at this point. And now opting for the 2K, or I'm sorry, this is the 2-drop blocker that he grabbed off of there and putting the Vivi and Gorosen into the trash off that search. Now, though, even though a Gorosen is not going to come down on the field, there's still plenty of things that can come down onto the field with the rest of the 9 Dawn in this turn, whether you want to attach the Dawn or play out different characters, leave some up for counter events and of the sort. So on that 7K swing is going to take that life. Still one more 7K swing to go, but this being the blocker. So is going to go ahead and take that swing, be on the aggressive. We'll see how he counters out of this one. There is a Rayleigh on one of these teams right now, Grass Dog. There's 2 Rayleighs in top cut on these teams. The Rayleigh right now is facing a Roger. And so is going to go ahead, counter out 2K, 1K once again on the swing. Still has the Emu, and the Emu now swinging 7,000 power. Opting not to block with either of his blockers. Keep them up, taking the final life. The player on the left side is going to go ahead, play that 2-drop blocker and the 4-drop blocker onto the field, leaving 3 active. We know that he has 1 counter event in hand, 2 counter events in hand. So looking good on the counter, not afraid of dying anytime soon at this point. Is going to start out with leader effect to filter a card. Does find his empty throne, not a card that you need right now in the matchup. Or wait, no, did not use his leader effect yet. Drew the empty throne for turn, my apologies. Now using the empty throne for your leader effect for turn. Actually, the perfect card to utilize for your leader effect. So now looking at the hand, does have another one of the rushers in the Venus, which could be good, and a blocker on top of that. Plus, especially with Saturn, might be able to do some searching to be able to grab another piece that you maybe want to utilize. Also, Made in Heaven, Club Made, and Rexter. Hopefully I pronounced that right. Thank you so much for following on Twitch. Is going to start out this player on the right side, maybe thinking about swinging 7,000 power with his Saturn before he does anything. Yeah, getting pretty close to time. This game been going on for a hot minute. I feel like up to this point, about 1.5 minutes left in this game. Before we get to the extra time, a lot of times I feel like that's kind of what it goes to with the Emu mirror matches, especially as a resource war. So starting out now, swinging 7,000 power over at lead. Is going to go ahead, take that last life, is not worried at all at this point. So less than a minute left of this match. Full 10 Dawn is going to swing another 7,000 power at lead with the Jupiter. Is, I think, just trying to maybe call his bluff on these events. Is going to go ahead 2K, 1K to get out of that swing. Getting rid of one of his blocker 1Ks, which I thought was kind of interesting. But especially with a handful of 2Ks in hand, that being his only 1K in hand. Plenty of counter right now. So is going to swing 7,000 power lead. The block goes. Now players just about hitting overtime any second now. The judges should inform them. I think informing him right now with the overtime rules. 3 extra turns or 5 minutes, whichever happens first. Or wait, is it that? Or is it 2 turns? Chat in Japan. I think Japan has different time rules than the West. But anyways, swinging 8,000 power now is going to go ahead, use the 1 cost event. It was never there to go to 9,000 power, get out of that swing. Now swinging 8,000 power with leader. So blocks out of that one to draw 1 card with the on KO effect. Is now going to go ahead with another Venus and swing 8,000 power. The it was never there, getting out of that one. And I think kind of conceding to the player on the left. Player on the left is going to go ahead and win this one in this match, the mirror match. Definitely a grind, I will say, and definitely a resource war. Taking those life early, right? And even though it looked a little tough for him, especially building up the trash a little bit slow, was just patient within the game, kind of waited out his time, and him and his team were able to move on into the next round of this tournament. A great, excellent game, I will say, and definitely one that you need to study if you're going in to OP13 wanting to play Emu, whether that's in the East or the West. Chat, before any more matches happen, because I know a match could happen at any point, I need to get a drink real quick because I'm out of drink. Chat, if you're enjoying your time here, please make sure to subscribe on YouTube. Make sure to like the live stream as well. Or if you're watching on Twitch, I super appreciate you too. All the chatters, all the lurkers on this lovely, lovely night with us. Make sure to hit that follow button. We stream all the Japan Championships, and we try to do some semi-professional English, unofficial English commentary on the channel. So hope you enjoy it. Chat, I'll be right back. Let's get Emu to watch the stream for you guys. Just in case they have some reveals. Shoo, I didn't miss anything, right? Yeah. Just a guy and his emu, right, chat? Oh, chat, I appreciate all you guys hanging out with me in this. It's a little tough, right? Especially with the new cards. Because a lot of times I've had like the outside of the I got a ginger ale. I did not get a tequila. It's tough because like before I started doing the live streams of these tournaments, I was just watching. Ooh, look at this koala, chat. This is a reprint of the OP13 koala. Here, let me not full screen so then you guys can see this a little bit easier. But this koala is gorgeous right now. But it's tough because like before I was doing the live streams, I was doing them in a recording, right? Watching it back and recording and then commentating over it. But I would have like a lot of times I would have the deck list of the players, right? Because it would be the morning after or something, and a lot of the deck lists would be posted or stuff. When it's real time, it's not as easy to have the deck list, right? So especially like that 10 cost promo Shanks, like, man, if you're not expecting it, like you just get caught with your pants down basically. or whatever you like to say in that thing. But yeah, the chum blockers came huge for the player on the left side. Winning the die roll probably pretty big in the mirror match as well. You missed it. I don't think I missed anything. Yeah, I didn't miss anything. They didn't show anything. We might have some reveals, chat, in the stream. Potentially. They revealed an EBO3 Vivi leader. If you didn't see that in the Discord server, the official, or I guess I should say the unofficial translation, popped up in the Discord server last night. If you want to join the Discord server, chat, where any new reveals get automatically translated and posted in the server, if you want to see that, or just talk to the community, know when we post content, things of that nature, make sure either on YouTube to go to the description and join the Discord server, or if you're on Twitch, you can do !Discord for the command. That's kind of the best way to know. Ooh, looks like new prize cards, chat. New prize cards. So we got OP10 Nami. Is this the Odyssey one? No, this is not the Odyssey one. Oh, this is the 3-cost Punk Hazard one. This is the 3-cost Punk Hazard Sanji. And then this is the Tashigi. So this is the OP12 Tashigi played in Zoro. New prize cards, chat. I like this Tashigi. Tashigi has a lot of lines. Yeah, this is the Punk Hazard Sanji. New Nami cards are going to be expensive. Yeah. Hope you win this, chat, because it's going to be expensive to try to buy. But, chat, as always, if you're wondering what this is a 3-on-3 tournament happening right now in Japan, in Aichi, I believe it is. Aichi, Japan. And if you want to watch the official live stream, because I am just a unofficial English commentator, you know, someone who enjoys the game, creates content on the game, I do not own the rights to this broadcast. The official broadcast is in the pinned message on both Twitch and YouTube in the live chat. And if you're watching the VOD or something like that, in the description is the link as well. The computer has been, knock on wood, the computer has been doing great this tournament so far. So hopefully the position that we've got the computer in works pretty well. Hopefully it's working out well. Drop few frames. But Sensei, what's going on, Sup? What's going on, Sensei? Hope you're doing well. Looks like they're taking a break right now, chat. You know what I didn't see, though, in the... if you didn't see, chat, I posted the... if you didn't see the top 16 breakdown... or is this top 16? I think this is top 16. Yeah, the top 16 teams, which is 48 decks in total. There's no Red-Black Sabo on here, which I thought was really interesting. Because Red-Black Sabo was on the second place team last night, but nobody in the top teams playing it. If you do not know the breakdown, this is 15 of the 16 teams playing Red Blue Ace and 15 of the 16 teams playing Emu. The next highest deck in population was Green Zoro, Goldie Roger, or I'm sorry, yeah, this is Goldie Roger right here with 5. You've got Silver's Rayleigh with 2 Purple Luffys, 2 Bello Betties, and 1 Red-Green Luffy. The Red-Green Luffy team we saw earlier, unfortunately, lost in that first round. But, chat, I appreciate everybody joining in here. We'll have a lot more videos in this upcoming week on content. Had to transition out of the Tier 1 studio. For anyone who does not know, we are no longer affiliated with or support in Tier 1, the store in Las Vegas that had like our studio in there. It's unfortunate, but it is what it is. So had to transition back home, get the home studio back and set up, ready to go. And so content this month in August, especially with going to like the World Championships and stuff like that, has been a little bit slow. Bello Betty is still going strong. I think Bello Betty, even though really hurt by the ban list, even though it's not like a huge jump, is definitely a little bit more on the up in OP13 because there are the introduction of slow setup decks like Roger, like Emu, right? So what was I going to say? So like Bello Betty thrives in like that kind of setting. Buggy R, I will post all the deck lists that I see, especially from this top 16, in our Discord server. I don't have them right now because they're not public information. But usually a lot of them I'll see like the morning after on Twitter. Yeah, this is a 3v3 specifically, yeah. I think Red Black Sabo is a really cool deck as well, Alka. It's the deck that I want to play in OP13. Also, TV, thank you so much for following over on Twitch. Appreciate it. I think Red Black Sabo is a cool deck for sure. It's definitely a cool one. Oh, you did, Gabe? That's awesome. When does OP13 releases in November? So, chat, for anyone who does not know, for anyone who lives in North America at least, there are a couple regional signups that are going to be happening tomorrow. I'm going to post that in the Discord. Let's see. I'm going to post those in the Discord now for tournaments. Let's see. So posting now, I just posted all the treasure cups. And then the regionals. The regionals, the offline regionals for North America at least, I just posted those in Discord as well. Because I think some of those treasure cups and offline regionals, some of them are going to be OP12 in the very end of the OP12 format. But then I think a couple of them are going to be OP13. Because OP13 releases in November for us, right? In North America. So it all just depends. I've heard some stores, I have no confirmation of this whatsoever, but I've heard like some people say that, you know, they're going to be getting it like in the early November range. So I would say like the back half of November, definitely going to be OP13. Probably like after the first weekend or something like that. I got a cat sleeping over here. Aggie sleeping. Yo, Itachi, thank you so much for following over on Twitch as well. I appreciate you. And chat, once again, sound like a broken record. As we're waiting for the next round, we're currently in the waiting room. Make sure if you like the stream, go ahead, hit follow or subscribe. So then you can check out more of our content in the future. I will be over the next... I will, if you miss any of these rounds, if you miss any of these matches, I will be posting these as individual videos because some of you really like the individual videos of them. I'll post 2 a day. One, I'll post the first round as soon as I get off stream. I'll edit it real quick and then post it online. And then I'll post the other one kind of early afternoon on Sunday if you're on Pacific time. And then the other 2 The other two will come out on Monday. Because if I post more than 3 videos in 24 hours, YouTube actually like penalizes me. So I try not to do that. I try to space them out a little bit, kind of like 12 hours or so. Just about. I might turn on the music a little bit. Just before we get into the next round, have like a little bit of background noise instead of just pure silence. But yeah, it's been interesting because like transitioning back into the home studio, but also trying to prepare for OP12 Dallas. Like, I plan on putting out another Rosinante video here soon as they immediately come back. I plan on putting a Rosinante video out soon, probably within the next week or two of the deck, and my thoughts on it, maybe like a sample game or two, kind of where I'm at in the build right now, because I'm kind of trying some different things with the build that I've really enjoyed. So, we'll see. Content's been interesting lately, but I do like OP13. And chat, the next round that we've got the Plouffe team and the Green Zorro team right here. Number ones facing off against each other are going to be Ace and Zorro. Number twos are going to be Plouffe and Emu, and number threes going to be Emu and Ace. Pretty likely that we're going to get an Ace game in this one. Obviously, those of you that may be watching on the YouTube video already know what the matchup is. Those of us watching the live stream as we're doing this live are just waiting for them to put on the leaders. We're hoping that it's Ace because we haven't seen an Ace deck in the official Japan Championships on the live stream, even though it's in pretty much every single team. Definitely one of the highest decks ranked in the One Piece trading card game in the OP13 format. So going to be interesting. I know Plouffe's kind of been up a little bit on the scene, especially since post-ban list, being able to have that ramp, play out those aggressive characters, and still do stuff like 9-drop Linlin and have cards like Gum Gum Giant, right? So Plouffe, definitely a really interesting deck, and a couple different people playing it in these teams heading into this tournament as well. Man, it's kind of hard. I wonder if I can hear like which ones they're doing. They probably won't say who their stream match is, though, until they reveal who the leaders are. So then the players like don't hear. Because I don't think they've they haven't always done the number one. Is that an Emu deck on the right side? So it's going to be Plouffe versus Emu is our match. Plouffe, I was just kind of hyping up right in this format. Going to be curious to see how this matchup specifically goes, right? Is this a matchup that Plouffe typically wants to see within the tournament, right? Especially as it's been more on the come up and kind of dodged the ban list, right? Without the Gum Gum Giant going away. We know that some of the cards that Plouffe got within OP13 can be utilized, like the Inuarashi, the Silver's Rayleigh, right, that we didn't see in the Roger game but could be utilized. And a lot of these Plouffe decks as well that I've seen are starting to run Magellan, right? Having that leader effect of activating once per turn You may add the top card of your life to your hand, and if the amount of Dawn in your field is 0 or 3 or more, you can add a Dawn as active, kind of nailing yourself on your life to be able to get that active Dawn. So we'll see how this deck list is built and how it can be utilized. One of the other cards that I've seen in some Plouffe lists in the OP13 format, the beginning weeks of this era, is Douglas Bullet, the 8 cost from the Shanks starter deck. So we'll see if it's in this list. This list, a little bit different, right? We see the Magellan in that Plouffe player's hand, but also a Jinbei. So the Jinbei could be nice to utilize. The Emu looks like they're going to be going first in this one. Is going to go ahead, keep out the hand. Both players looking like they're keeping the hand, especially in the even curve for the Luffy. We see that starter deck Zoro Juro in the hand. So this Plouffe list may be a little bit different than what we've typically seen from a lot of players in this one. Hey, appreciate you coming in, loyalties. Hope the names of the Emu elders stay in your memory. I hope so too. Appreciate you coming in. The Emu having one of the different tech cards that we see sometimes in these Emu decks. The 6-drop Sabo from PRBO2, especially if you play the card from hand and have 15 or more cards in trash. The Sabo actually only costs 3 to play out on the field, and as a blocker, a 3 cost 6,000 power blocker is something that you absolutely love. So probably in this matchup, I will say the Empty Throne is going to be coming out onto the field, if not already. There should be an Empty Throne out on the field. So this Luffy playing a vanilla 7/9 Jinbei in this deck, plus 1k counter on the side, as the difference between the Jinbei cost and power is 2. So it's definitely going to be an interesting one, right, with this Plouffe. Has to be doing well, right, if his team is in what I presume is in the top tables of this tournament. So looking at the hand in here, he's got Magellan, got some Usohachi and Sanji counter along with that Zoro Juro. That Zoro Juro is going to be pretty good to be able to find another piece within this deck, right? Plenty of different Straw Hat pieces that you're going to want to build, or you're going to be able to want to utilize to be able to keep accelerating your game plan, right? Especially as it specifically looks for a purple Straw Hat crew. The Emu does not have any 1-drop searches or anything like that, but does have a Saturn, I believe, in the hand to be able to search. And we're going to go off in this one. Emu going first is going to go ahead, use leader effect on that event to draw 1 card. Is going to go ahead, pass off the turn, no 1-drop search on the event, or the Shalair, I believe it's called. There. The Plouffe, right on his 2 Dawn turns, just goes ahead and passes. Does not have any 1-drop Trafalgar Laws of his own to utilize. The Emu, actually, instead of using Empty Throne at the start, does get that 1-drop stage, the Mary Joie, to play on the field. And so that is going to be able to allow him on the 3 Dawn turn to cheat out this Saturn and start getting some searching going within this game. I think he's thinking about another Saturn to grab, but is eyeing up that 1-cost Saint Shalria into the hand as well. Just a great card to be utilized in the upcoming turn to be able to build up your trash, but goes for the Saturn instead. The Emu players really respecting the Saturns in their decks, I feel like, that we've seen in this tournament. So is going to go ahead and use leader effect to get rid of the Valkyrie, right? Or is that one the War Cry? Gosh, the names. I think it's War Cry that he's named for that leader effect. And Plouffe just going to be starting out with a 5k lead. So just going to be able to take that. We'll see if he uses leader effect to ramp and play out the Magellan, right? Going to be going to 5 Dawn with this active. Looks like he is going to rest 5 and play out that Magellan. A lot of purple decks playing this card to help counter against Emu, right? Especially with that on play of Dawn -1. Both players having to return or your opponent has to return a Dawn to the Dawn deck. You did as well to get that Dawn -1 effect. But on your opponent's turn, if he tries to KO this character, right, your opponent has to put 2 Dawn back into their Dawn deck. So, especially with no bounce back effects or bottom decking effects in the Emu deck, this Magellan is going to be a very, very sticky 6,000 power body. Just a great card to have within this matchup as something that's not really searchable. So with the Saturn swing is just going to counter out with this Bond Clade, not worried as much about ramping from characters, is going to go ahead play the other Saturn, does find a 1-drop searcher, but also finds Jupiter in this hand. Does find 2 Jupiters, probably going to grab 1 just to make sure that he's got it available to him for the rest of this game, right? Being able to use it for leader effect, being able to put it in trash and recycle it constantly with the Gorosen 10-drop. And now I think is thinking about playing a 1-drop right here. So is going to go ahead with that leader effect to pitch that 1-drop event and go ahead now, swing 5,000 power at lead, is going to try to command another card in hand, and is going to utilize the Sanji. So is going to go ahead with that Sanji, end the turn with a search. Does go ahead with that 1-drop event, building up the trash, does find the 2-drop blocker that we've seen players play in these Emu decks. A great blocker, right? Being able on that on play to mill 1 card from the top of the deck. Now goes into the Plouffe's 6 Dawn turn. Does have another Magellan. Could go in with back-to-back Magellan turns and just flood this board with this guy. Has a 3rd Magellan in the hand. I didn't even see the other Magellan that he had. He could have back-to-back-to-back turns of Magellan, just putting this Emu back on the Dawn count. Could just be such a good card within this matchup, but how many is too many, I will say, inside this deck. So is thinking about just going in with a 5k swing at first. We'll see if he decides to just constantly go at lead or maybe try to swing at some of these characters right now. And so uses leader effect to go ahead, ramp 1 Dawn. We see a Silver's Rayleigh in there. Can't play that down on this turn because you are only at 7. But Silver's Rayleigh, especially with that rush, is going to be nice to be able to control tempo on the board later in the game. Especially being able with that on play effect to rest a 5 cost or less. We'll see it in a future turn, but for now, is thinking about just going ahead and swinging 5 first with lead, and this 5 going in at a lead, I believe. Not swinging at these characters. So is going to go ahead, counter out of that swing with a 1k from the Venus. We'll see if this Magellan goes in at the Saturn or not in controlling the board. Is just going in, I think just going straight in at face. Says, you know what? I'm just going to try to pressure you as much as possible. I don't want you to cycle these characters out onto the field. I want to eat these cards in your hand right now. So is going to go ahead, counter out, especially using the leader effect to ramp 1 Dawn. Could go ahead and play that Jinbei out onto the field. It would be a 9,000 power character, a deadly body that can't be reached with the different Elder that KOs the Mars, right? As the Mars can only KO a 5 cost or less. Is really thinking about whether or not he wants to play the Jinbei or the Mars, and is going to go ahead with the Jinbei Vanilla from OP09, right? Just a simple 7-9, but sometimes the vanillas are just exactly what you want in this game. So is going to go ahead off to the Emu's turn right now. So on this, Emu has about 8 cards in trash, I believe, right now. It's going to go ahead, swing now 5 at lead. Just try to poke in the opponent's hand on his own. Now, the problem with the Ploofy's hand, I feel like right now, is there's actually not a lot of counter right here, especially after giving up this Usohachi. You might be taking some life on these other swings that you've got on your opponent's side. So is going to go ahead with that 5K swing. No counter cards in hand, I believe, at this point. Is going to go ahead, grab Nekomamushi. So the Nekomamushi, one of the 2K Roger Pirate cards, as the Emu player over on the right side, is going to go ahead with just another Saturn right now. Is going to go ahead, grab that Mars. Probably not going to play it at this point, right? I don't know if you want to pop the Magellan. There's a certain point where you have to respect the Magellan, but probably not until you're at 10 Dawn do you want to utilize that, immediately pitching for the leader effect. So now swinging 5 at lead, is thinking about countering out with this Nekomamushi right here. That would just be another 2K gone and down the drain. I think already down 4 2Ks right now. So is going to go ahead and play that 2-drop blocker down on the field to get to 10 cards in the trash at this point. And passing off the turn with 2 Dawn up. Does have some counter events that he can utilize, but Ploofy now maybe needing to play this Zorojuro just to be able to find counter, even if it's just Gum Gum Giant at this point. So now going to be sitting at 9 Dawn. Has so much to work with right now. Has a 9,000 power body. Has the Magellan on the field. Another 6,000 power body. We'll see what he decides to do right here. It's kind of tough because I feel like you, one, want to play the Zorojuro because you don't have any counter in hand, right, outside of the 2K Usohachi. But at the same time, the Silver's Rayleigh, right, that has that rush, is able to rest a 5 cost, right? You can rest that 2-drop blocker on the field to force him not to be able to utilize that, right? Might just be advantageous in itself if you want to go in and rush, because Emu's going to be hitting 8 Dawn next turn. They can't play the Gorosen. They can't play out the 5 Elders out onto the field. You kind of stall out another turn of that. So maybe it might be like a situation where like you play the Silver's Rayleigh, maybe you try to control board a little bit at this point, maybe try to eat up some of these cards in hand, and then maybe like in your next turn you can go like double Magellan, right, on that on your next 10 Dawn turn to not only just put the Emu back 1 turn, but like a whole turn, right? Because if he goes to 8 next turn, then it goes to your 10 Dawn turn. It might be advantageous to just play double Magellan and make sure that he, once again, cannot go to 10. So is going to start out with a 7,000 power swing at what looks like the Saturn is now going at the characters on field. I would imagine if he was going to play the Silver's Rayleigh, he would probably have done that first within the game. Maybe thinking about going a little bit wider than that at this point. Maybe thinking about Zorojuro and maybe using leader effect to ramp, play a 5-cost Magellan or something like that. But using that event, it wasn't there to be able to get out of that swing. And now going in with the Rayleigh. It seems like tapping the rest of his Dawn, just reading to make sure that he gets the ruling correct. Is going to rest that 2-drop blocker right there and now have the ability to swing at these characters, especially as he did not end up blocking. And so ends up getting a KO on that blocker right there. Definitely wanted to get rid of that. And now the 2 9,000 power swings that you have in the Silver's Rayleigh and the Jinbei is more than likely going to be able to get rid of these 2 Saturns if you try to swing at them. So does get rid of the 1. Now Silver's Rayleigh maybe getting rid of the other. The Silver's Rayleigh also at the end of turn is going to be able to ramp 1 as active. So especially right now, he can go ahead and feint a Gum Gum Giant at this point. One of the strongest cards in the game and often surprised a lot of people dodging the ban list. The Silver's Rayleigh gives excellent synergy to this Paloofy deck, a strong point, I would say, as to why this deck is coming up more and more viable within the format. So Emu now at 8 Dawn cannot do a Gorosen play, right? Can't even cheat that guy out. We'll see what he decides to do right here on this play as he goes ahead, swings the Saturn, now 5,000 power at lead. Might go ahead and just counter out of this one and then take the second one and maybe just hope that there's no rush character to be able to utilize right now to be able to get more swings in. So now thinking about swinging this 5 is going to go ahead and go at lead. Is going to have to take this life with no counter in hand. See what it is. It looks like it is no counter still. In 8 cost Katakuri. Definitely going to be needing to find a Gum Gum Giant, I feel like, at this point. And with the leader effect, is going to pitch the 2K to be able to get a Gorosen. And now with the 5 coming in with the 6-drop blocker. So is not going to go in for the KO effect on there. And now, especially with the amount in trash, going to get another blocker in this Sabo out onto the field. So Paloofy now, I think Paloofy has a really tough choice. I was saying that maybe you want to go double Magellan in the next turn, but especially with no counter in the hand and only 1 life, maybe you actually want to go in with the Zorojuro, try to find something like a Gum Gum Giant, just do like a Zorojuro and Magellan play, because, right, 1 Magellan would put this Emu down to 7 Dawn and only allow him to be up to 9 Dawn. That would allow him to play a Gorosen, but not allow him to utilize Gorosen's activate main to get all the elders out onto the field. Definitely a really interesting situation right now for this Paloofy. And Emu still sitting very healthy at 3 life. So especially if you go that double Magellan play, right, and maybe Emu doesn't block with any of the 4 swings that you've got on the field, you actually really leave yourself open to be able to just be mathed out with the different swings that this Emu player could have, right, especially with these blockers. You could take out the Saturn, sure, but you really can't take out the Mars or the Sabo on the field unless you have some sort of KO effect at this point, because you can't force them to block. So swings with the Magellan first, 4 cards in hand for this Emu. Looks like he is going to be 2K out of that one. Looks like maybe was going at the Saturn. So especially with 3 cards in hand, man, I just think you have to go Zorojuro and Magellan at this point. So what do you... Oh, is it Gorosei? Oh, thank you, Mikey. Gorosei. I'm just trying to get you guys to leave comments and stuff. I'm just kidding. So Gorosei. Yeah, I feel like you just get easily mathed out, right? You have no blockers. You don't have a way to go for game at this point. So I think you just need to stall out a way to deter this 10 drop from coming out onto the field and spreading out the board. So this 9K swing going at the Saturn, getting that knockout. And so going in now with this Zorojuro, I think this is the correct play right now. You've still got 6 Dawn to be able to work with. is going to look for something like a Gum Gum Giant. I think Gum Gum Giant would actually be so ideal right now. Doesn't look like he's finding it. It's hard to tell what the other cards that he's got in this deck are. Does see a Gum Gum Giant right there in that stack. I think that is the correct card to get. We also see a 9-drop Secret Rare Rush Luffy and the 4-drop starter deck Nami blocker in this deck. So this deck being built in a very interesting way, I feel like. The Gum Gum Giant is going to be very nice. You're going to have a sort of sigh of relief, meaning that it's going to be a lot harder for this Emu deck to take you and knock out now. So now with 6 Dawn left, still with the Jinbei and the leader swing that you've got right now. I wonder if you try to, putting 3 on. So is not going to go ahead and go with the Magellan play. Is going to go ahead, just swing 8,000 power at lead, take the life. A third Gorosei in the hand. Interesting. And is just going to attach 1, now swing 10, maybe try to feint that he's got 2 Gum Gum Giants in hand and pass off the turn. Very interesting play right there. Maybe a little worried about if he tried to go like a 5K swing, maybe a easy block for the Sabo. But the Emu going in, starting out swing 5, is going to use leader effects on that Mars to be able to draw 1, especially if you're going to play with a Gorosei right here on this turn to be able to utilize the full effect of that 10 drop that we've constantly seen within this tournament so far. So is going to go ahead, use that effect to pitch another Gorosei, right? Still having 1 in the hand. Is now going to get out the 5 Elders, 2 blockers, 1 Searcher, and 1 with Rush, especially with the Rush and these Elders now being at 7,000 power. You're going to have to give up a card if you want to be able to save something like the Jinbei, something like the Silver's Rayleigh at this point. I think probably you still leave alone the Magellan. I don't think you're really worried about the Magellan, but especially with the on KO effect of the Mars, right, getting rid of the Zoro Juro is going to leave 1 less body on the field now for this Pluffy. And so now with the gosh, what was his name? The one that has Rush is what I'm going to call him. The Venus. The Venus with the Rush is going to minus 2,000 power onto the field and go in with the 7,000 power swing. The Magellan, as they're showing on KO, I think clarifying you want to go at this Magellan right now would have to Dawn -2 to be able to do that. And so ends up using the Gum Gum Giant to be able to save the Magellan, actually. And now after putting 2 away, is going to go ahead, draw 2 cards. Does find a Fernosuke and a Mr. 2 Bon Clay. So does have a little bit of counter cards in hand. Still has 1 Dawn open. Might be going to go in with the Katakuri potentially in this next turn and off of this swing right here. On this 5K swing, thinking about pitching a 2K? Why pitch the 2K instead of the 1K? Curiously enough. Maybe trying to go a Magellan and Mr. 2 play in the next turn? Right, Magellan would put 1 Dawn back, but then Mr. 2 would be able to re-ramp that Dawn. But the Dawn minus not necessarily mattering in this situation, right? So the Pluffy now kind of in a sticky situation, I feel like. Yeah, the Nazjuro is the one with the Rush, the Elder with the Rush. I just always forget their name because I'm not that far in the anime, and there's 5 of them that I have to remember, and they're all like planets, but I get all the planets mixed up in my head. It's hard being stupid. And so it starts out swinging 5,000 power over at the only rested character on the field for the Emu side, is going to try to fetch a card, is going to get that Saint Shalria into the trash, and now a 6,000 power swing, gonna fetch a 2K more than likely. And definitely with this counter hurts the Paloofy right now. The 9,000 power going in with the block and draw 1 with that on KO effect. The 9,000 power on the Jinbei going in, maybe prompting just another block at this point. Right? Maybe you're worried about like the 9-cost Rush Luffy from that secret rare, but I think that's a good block. Kind of force them to have that Rush character, but no. 8-cost Katakuri coming down onto the field, passing off the turn, and 2 done up. Only 3K counter in hand, and 4, potentially 5 swings with another Gorosen coming into this next turn that the Paloofy has to counter around against. I think he's got to find Gum Gum Giant on this last life to be able to survive within this game and in this turn. So now going in with the 7,000 power swing, it'll be curious to see what he decides to minus on this swing, right? Especially as the Nazu Juro, or I think Venus Juro, as you guys were telling me, that 2,000 power minus is for the entire turn. So if he were to swing with that first and minus the Katakuri blocker, that Katakuri blocker would actually be a 6,000 power blocker for the rest of the turn. And a lot of these elders would be able to not get a free block on this Katakuri, because at this point, it's a free block. And with no counter on that one, and no free block on the Katakuri right here, this 7,000 power swing minusing the Katakuri, that's why I would have wanted to block first with the Katakuri, is going to go ahead 2K, 1K to get out of that swing. Only 2 cards left in hand. The Emu going in, kind of reading between the lines on this one, just going to be a 5K poke, now a 7K poke, and no counter in the hand. Emu going to be winning that match. I would have been very curious to see how that game might have played out if he tried to be more aggressive with the Magellans after the Zorojuro Magellan turn, to be able to kind of like stall out a Gorosen, I will say. So it looks like the teams right now neck and neck in this one. We'll see which team has to advance. Woo! It's been a good tournament so far, chat. It's been interesting. The Emu deck has definitely been very strong. I understand the hype, right? Especially after watching some of the games. I really feel like he should have been more aggressive with the Magellans. Like, I think the play of Zorojuro Magellan was correct. But was the following turn Magellan good? See, that's the part that I don't know about. And also maybe like letting that Magellan die. Right? Yeah, I would have loved to see how that game, I think the Magellan Zorojuro play was fine, because you had to find Gum Gum Giant. Oh, we're finally seeing ace gameplay, chat. So it looks like the Emu on the left side with that Stussy. That's the first time that we've seen Stussy in the tournament so far. I feel like we haven't seen Stussy in any of the Emu decks up to this point, except this guy, obviously. And so the result of these two teams riding on this match, the ace does have that 10-drop Whitebeard. That 10-drop Newgate on that on play, having a disgusting effect of forcing characters on your opponent's side to be having to pay 2 cards in hand to be able to attack. He ripped a life to play the vanilla Jinbei. Yeah, like I feel like the Jinbei was kind of a greedy play. I definitely can see how, like, I would think that the Jinbei was a greedy play. Did he just attach one Dawn to lead after he swung? Or did he swing 6? Or is he swinging 5? He's got to be swinging 6, right? So is going to go with that Ezo effect, right? The Ezo effect, being able to draw a card. Maybe finding a little bit of counter if you trash that card. Definitely a great searcher. Draw 1, bottom deck 1. Be able to filter out the hand. Still got to get out of the swing. Has Emu lost a game to anything except another Emu? Not at least on stream. I'd have to go back in the VOD and look at because the first round was an Emu mirror match. The second round we watched was an Emu mirror match. And then that round was Ploofy Emu. So I guess not really, no. This guy's going crazy. I think he just scoop. Did he just scoop? Oh, no. He's doing the Gorosen effect. I just missed it. Oh, dang. He's got the alternate arts there. They look so good, chat. But, Matej, I hope you're having a good day. Thank you so much for coming in. And, chat, if you're enjoying the stream, please make sure to hit like on the YouTube stream. Helps out a lot. Helps people find us. And if you're following or if you're watching on Twitch, make sure to also go ahead, hit that follow button. Stream all the Japan championships that they broadcast. Trying to get you guys some English commentary, having some fun, watching some games. Emu's got about 5 cards in hand. The ace has about 6, I think. 6 or 7. He's got 1 Dawn active. Ace does have that 1 cost event that came in OP13, the plus 3K event. So might be trying to save a little bit for that. Yeah, like, Tyler, I wasn't, like, paying attention at first. I was, like, thinking about something else. Like, I think I was thinking of the other game or whatever. And I just saw him, like, scoop up his cards like that. And I was like, whoa, wait. Did he just scoop? But no, he's just doing the Gorosei. Magellan 3 turns. Yeah, like, I don't know. I feel like the Magellan has so much value in the matchup, especially when they don't play the empty throne. Like, off of the starting leader effect. Ooh, chat, this ace playing the 10-drop Newgate. Excellent, excellent card. Draw 2, trash 1, and then on top of that, you attach 2 Dawn to a leader and a character. So it is going to go in with that event and a 1K counter to get out of that swing. Oh, now they're in overtime, chat. Now, see, the hardest thing to do, so I've been trying my best to memorize their names. Yeah, I'm having a good day, Matej. Just having a nice, good stream. Watching some OP13. Having a good time. Just vibing. So I've been, like, trying my best to know their names. But now their alternate arts are on screen. And as someone who is not fully caught up, I'm working on it, chat, I promise. Who's not fully caught up. These alternate arts look way different. It's not like the dudes are there on the cards. So it's slightly more difficult to know which one is which. I think this one's the guy The one that's swinging right now is the one that gets rush and does the minus. Yeah, that's the one that gets rush and does the minus. The Ho-Oh looking Pokemon bird that's right next to it, the 6 cost. That's a blocker. But I don't think that's the one that has the draw one. That's the KO blocker. And then the guy at the very top, he's the one that gives everything 7,000 power. So did end up drawing one after taking that life because of Ace's leader effect. Oh, have they not been introduced in the anime like this yet, though? Did they really put out these cards without having the anime air it? That's crazy if that's true. So now going in 8,000 power at Ace. It kind of feels like 8,000 power at Ace is a really good number. Just trying to force 2 cards. But with that 10-drop Newgate, for anyone who does not know, that 10-drop Newgate is a blocker. So now another 8,000 power at lead is getting so aggressive. Still has 6 on to be able to swing 11 with lead. Let's go is going to go ahead. Countering out of that one. Looks like 2K, 1K. Now 11 at lead. Does he have the amount of counter in hand? Is going to go ahead. Filter with that Ezo. This guy cracks me up. Holy moly. This Emu player is so funny. So I think just checking, you have no more active Dawn. You have no more swings. How many cards do you have in hand? So does need to put a card. Oh, I don't think he put a... Did he put a card to the bottom of the deck? Yeah. He meant to put that Marco there. I don't know if he's used his leader effect or not. If he uses a leader effect, he can minus 2,000 on the Emu and only needs 2Ks to get out of it. Oh, yeah, had a lot of counter. He has the counter. Shoo, gets out of that swing. And it looks like the Ace wins. Let's go. The Dune Worm is Jupiter. Ho-Oh is Mars. Spider is Saturn. Horse is Venus. Pig is Mercury. Pig? There was a pig? They show up in a few weeks for the anime. Anime, no, just Saturn revealed. Didn't they for, what was it, Gear 5? Didn't they wait to reveal and release the Gear 5 Luffy secret rare until after it aired in the anime, chat? Correct me if I'm wrong. I mean, that was like a year ago. Yeah, something that lost to Emu right there. Or something that beat Emu right there. And I think, honestly, like, Ace probably has one of the better shots to be able to beat Emu. And that's why, you know, one of the reasons why, in my opinion, in the format, Ace and Emu are like the top dogs. The manga was revealed right when it aired in the anime. Yeah, because that was like a... Oh, no, it wasn't. So it was pretty much like simultaneous in a sense. What is this? Is this a 3-on-3 autumn tournament? In, it looks like an event in October? No reveals yet, chat. We've had no EBO3 reveals. Let me plug this into Google Translate real quick. I think this is a tournament on October 11th. . Oh, it's a 3-on-3 junior-friendly cup on Saturday, October 11th. I wonder if they'll live stream that. Dang, I hope that the final stream game is Ace. Is there a release date for EBO3? I don't know if there's an exact release date. In Japan, it releases on October 25th. That's in Japan, though. I was going to say, we don't have an English release date, but in Japan, they announced last night that it's going to be coming out on October 25th. Oh, this is the Season 2 schedule. Wait, I think I want to screenshot this for myself. I think I need this info for my own schedule to know when these live streams are going to happen. Because this is like the Season 2 schedule. Yeah, because we just finished Season 1. So now we're in Season 2. Oh my gosh, for 5 straight weekends in November, chat, they're having tournaments. Right here. This one, Hiroshima, we've got Aichi right here. We've got Miyagi, Hokkaido, Tokyo, Osaka. Holy crap. We're going to be so busy in November, chat. I know there's one weekend that my siblings are going to be here. So, well, I may still do it because it's going to be like late at night. They're going to be asleep. I should be dead tired. Bandai doesn't care for anime onlys. EBO3 comes out in about February for us in the West. That would make sense. Yeah, because that's like what, 3 months? About 3-4 months. As we get closer in the timeline for simultaneous release. Isaac, thank you so much for following over on Twitch. Appreciate it. Thank you, my friend. And chat, if you are enjoying the stream, whether you're on Twitch or YouTube, make sure to please hit subscribe, follow, like, all that stuff. Yo, what's up, yeah? All my homies hate the emu deck. Chat. Ooh! Oh, this is the new binder. They've already revealed this. I was going to say, ooh, alternate arts. How could you hate this lovely, gentle being? How could you hate this guy, chat? Don't tell me you hate him. Don't tell me you hate him. I was going to say, like, I will say, though, that I feel like I'm going to be playing a deck that hard counters Emu in OP13. Because I feel like the West is going to abuse Emu. Will the siblings co-stream with you? Probably not, to be honest, because one, I think they're probably not staying at our place because we don't really have like a guest bedroom or anything like that here in our apartment. Our guest bedroom is literally this office. And plus they are also from Indiana, so they're on Eastern time. So like for them right now, it is almost 5:30 in the morning. Where for me, it's 2:30 in the morning. Yeah, we don't know Emu's gender. So just a gentle being. A gentle being. We don't know. I definitely don't know Emu's gender. I won't know for the next like 30 years. I think we should have one more round, chat. I think next round is the finals. I think I ordered this. No. It's not up on Premium Bandai yet. Ooh, new sleeves. What is this? Ace, Brook, Chopper, and Sabo? Why is Sabo's the only one that doesn't have like a skull on it? I hate Emu with a passion. You get beat by it a lot. Yeah, like I am the person as well that I will almost never play the best deck in format. If you watch an episode of One Piece a day, you be caught up in 3 to 4 years. Oh, he's not a pirate, so that's why he doesn't have an actual skull. Oh, that makes sense. I guess the Revolutionary Army is not necessarily pirates. They are an army. That's probably completely different. I could read the manga. If I read a volume of the manga every day, I would catch up in like 110 days. It's a couple months. Ooh! Oh my gosh, chat. It's the freaking playmat! Chat, did anybody get this drop on Premium Bandai? Because I didn't. I was freaking sleeping when this happened. It was like literally 3 a.m. my time when it happened. I'm still so mad that I missed this drop. Because I want this leader so bad. It looks so crazy good. I might just buy it in Japanese. Oh, you got it, AJ? Lucky. Lucky, lucky, lucky. You were on a way to a music festival and you caught the drop? Dang, that is lucky. Ooh. All right, chat, we've got our final round. The Rayleigh team and the Green Zoro team making it into the finals. The Rayleigh will face off against Zoro. Maybe a match. They might not show that matchup just simply because they showed it a lot during the OP12 format. So I bet they show one of these two Ace versus Emu matches that we've got here in this finals. I believe that this is the finals as well. If not, I'm going to sound stupid, but is going to be a battle. We've seen in the previous round, we saw on the tail end that an Ace beat an Emu, so it is possible in there, as they are the two titans fighting in the card game right now. Now or never. Oh, AJ, you're too sweet. I might just buy it in Japanese because, like, it'll be cheaper. I'll probably just end up buying it in Japanese because I don't care whether, like, what language it is. It'll probably be way cheaper in Japanese. Come on, guys. Show us the Ace. We are watching an Ace Emu matchup. Let's go, chat. Can I get some poggers in the chat? Emu being able to cycle in cards in hand, try to find all the pieces of the puzzle. Debated as the best deck in format, especially in the early weeks of the One Piece trading card game, right? Being able to play out a stage at the beginning of the game, as well as being able to cycle that hand, like I mentioned, is going to have to go up against Ace, right? Ace, being a 3-life, 6,000 power Whitebeard Pirates leader, has two different effects. One, on opponent's attack once per turn. You can discard one card from your hand and up to one of your opponent's leaders or characters gets minus 2,000 power for the battle. And then Dawn times 1 once per turn. If you take damage or a character with an original power of 6,000 or more is KO'd, you draw 1 card. This deck is very good at drawing cards and is one of the key strong points, as well as being able to cheat out several of the new gates. And chat, especially for the list, I will be posting the list that the team for the One Piece trading card game goes and posts, right? Because they always post the first and second place teams and their list on Twitter. I will be posting that in the Discord server. So whether you're watching in the VOD, whether you're watching that live right now, go ahead, check out the link to our Discord. If you're watching on YouTube, just go ahead, check out the description. There's a link there. And if you're on Twitch watching in the live chat, just do !Discord for a command. Yeah, Dig, Poggers. Yeah, Emu's going to be really strong. Emu is debatably the best deck in format. For sure. I saw you playing, yeah. I'm only keeping the Zeus and stuff because it's a nice collection piece because I just like alternate arts. But honestly, like, because it takes so long for us to get those things, it wouldn't surprise me anybody who just decides to like sell those things because they're like, well, I don't care anymore. It's been like 7 months. My feelings change. All the strong promos for the OP13 leaders. Yeah, I just wish like we got the promos sooner. I wish we got promos sooner. Like the fan letter girl, I don't think we still know in the West when we'll get that promo, which is crazy. We're getting the Whitebeard Pirates starter deck next week, chat. I'm excited. Less than a week. Yeah, paying 4 Dawn to summon a full board as the Emu is insane. I don't know who allowed it at Bandai. So it looks like the Emu playing the Empty Throne to start out this game. Both players getting their starting hands. Is that a TFT shirt that guy's wearing, chat? Is that a TFT shirt? Looks like the Emu keeping their starting hand does not want to get rid of it. Can't remember who's going first in this matchup. I'd imagine the Emu probably would want to go second, right, to be able to hit 10 Dawn. The Ace maybe not caring as much. Probably also wants the even curve, right, to play 4-drop Marco, to play any of these 10-drop new gates in the 8-cost event. Does have some 1-drops to be able to utilize with that Ezo Searcher. You've also got the Otama, draw 2, trash 1, and a couple new gates in there, as well as a Thatch, as well as this Emu having a couple searches of his own, so really understandable how he wanted to keep this hand, right, with the Saint Charlia and also the 5 Elders 1-cost event. Also has a Saturn being one of the best cards of Emu. We see that guy all the time. I think it'll be a decent deck, Gregory. I don't think it'll be anything crazy, but I think there's some really good cards within that deck that are a big reason why you should get it. But as a deck itself, it's really cool. And we're off. The Ace is going to be going first in this match, is going to go ahead and start out playing an Otama. So between the Ezo and the Otama in this is going to fare with the Otama on that draw to trash 1 is the big reason why Nami got banned. Does have to think about which card he wants to pitch. Did end up finding one of the EB02 Yamatos, but pitching the Thatch instead. That's a 2K Thatch that we're kind of seeing in these decks. And now moving into the Emu's turn, going to be a 2-Dawn turn, is probably just going to do a double search on here. So starting out with the search event, looking at that top 3, probably going to grab that 2K Celestial Dragon if I had to take a guess and put it into the hand. Is maybe thinking about the 1-cost event. The Vivi can't grab that, one of the different tech options within this deck. If there are 10 or more cards in your trash, does gain blocker, but opts for the Celestial Dragon 2K. And now off to the Saint Shalria. That's also a mouthful to say. Is going to be another search within the top 3 for a card, and the difference is grabbing this Celestial Dragon card from the top as they grab the, memorizing the names. They do have to pitch another card in hand after that grab, so just pitching the exact card that they grabbed, now using leader effect to get rid of that character on the field and get an extra card in. Now moving on to the Ace's turn, the Emu having 7 cards in trash already on the first turn of the game. That's one of the strong suits of this deck. Is just going to go ahead with another Otama. So once again, favoring the Otama over the Ezo, right? That draw 2, trash 1 just being so good within this deck, especially because you have to be a 3 life or less leader at the time that you play that in order to get that draw. Works perfect for the red-blue Ace deck. We see a Ezo in the hand, a 1-drop Ezo that is in here. Not something that we see all the time in these decks, but just makes it so there's so much draw, so much search, right? Especially with these Ezos to be able to find your different pieces of the Whitebeard puzzle. Going to be interesting to see what he grabs. Is playing off of this 1-drop Ezo from the starter decks first. And with this Ezo, does have to find a Whitebeard Pirates trait. So whiffed on it, right? He did not find any of those. Yeah, because I saw an Uta in there, Uta blocker, something that's been very popular in the deck. I saw a Yamato in there, and is just going to go off and swing 7,000 power at lead. Does not want to utilize that other 1-drop Ezo, so definitely tough to take a whiff there on that Ezo search, but all is not lost at this point if you're the Ace. Now the Emu going to be coming in on his 4-Dawn turn. Does have a Saturn to be able to utilize if he wants to go in and try to cheat out that Saturn real quick and have 1 Dawn to be able to swing 6,000 power at leader. Might be kind of the direction that he's taking, I feel like, on this. I think has another one of the 1-drop searcher events, so is kind of thinking what he wants to do in relation to that. But first is just going to go ahead and use leader effect to draw 1 card. Finds another Saturn at this point. And so is going to use the Empty Throne effect to be able to rest 3 and play a character of Celestial Dragons that is the same cost as the amount of Dawn that you have on the field, but the only amount that you have to pay for it is that 3 and resting the stage. So is going to go ahead, grab the Jupiter and put it into the hand as my cat climbs into the chair to watch the game with us. And so is going to go ahead, draw that Jupiter. Now has 1 Dawn left to work with. If he's got a searcher event, might go ahead, try to favor that, or potentially, passes off the turn, maybe leaving the 1 for the 1-cost event that he's got in his hand as well. So now the Ace does have that 8-drop event that we've seen in these Ace decks, the I Am Whitebeard event, to be able to cheat out a Whitebeard. Can't do it now, but will do it in a future turn. Ends up using that 1-drop Ezo to be able to look at the top 5 for a Whitebeard Pirate card. The Ezo search going to be very nice, especially because you see a couple different options now, right? We see a Jozu already have one in hand. Not too many options. Looks like Jozu and a 10-drop Whitebeard. The thing about this ace deck, even though you have a couple Whitebeard Pirates searches, you're often running a lot of non-Whitebeard Pirates cards in the Otama, right? Great draw supporter that we've already seen in this game. The different Yamatos, right? The OP13 one, the EBO2 one that we saw in there. So definitely some opportunities to whiff or maybe have only a few options to select from, but grabbing that 10 cost Newgate from OP08 that's getting more and more popularized in these lists is thinking about going ahead and resting 4. I don't see a Marco blocker in this Ace's hand, but just goes ahead and swings 10 at lead. Is just trying to get him down on counter. Says, you know what? If you do have that event in hand, I'm going to force you to need 2 cards to give me in order to get out of this swing. Maybe just trying to test him and say, do you actually have that in your hand? So the Emu really thinking about what he wants to do right now on this swing. Looks like he's going to be eyeing up maybe the event and 2K to be able to get 6,000 counter and get out of the swing. My game plan against the Emu as ace might be push back the Emu, build a lot of hand, drop a pudding. Ooh, maybe. Pudding might be influential in this matchup if you can draw into it. So the Emu getting out of that attack and the ace passing off the turn is going to go ahead and draw 1 for turn. Now going to be at 6 Dawn at this point. Can still cheat out different characters with that empty throne, but first swing 6 with Saturn. This 6,000 power swing is going to have to fetch a card or a life, and is going to go ahead and grab that life, and with the ace effect, draw 1 card on that once per turn, effectively being a draw 2. Looks like they found an Uta blocker and a Jozu. Might be really nice when he gets to about the 10 Dawn turn to be able to use that 8-cost Newgate I Am Whitebeard event to be able to play down a 10-drop Whitebeard, and for just 2 Dawn, cheat out this Uta as a 6-cost blocker, something that the Emu actually can't touch with the KO effect. So, but first, we got to get around this 6,000 power swing, and is going to give up a Jozu, especially because you have 1 in hand. I like getting rid of the other one, and now the Emu playing another Saturn to be able to look at that top 5. See, I'm starting to memorize the names, chat. And so does grab the Mars, I believe his name is. That's the one that does have that KO effect. Not a lot of great targets to be able to get off of this Mars, but one thing that you do need to do is be able to have every single Elder at your disposal for the Goroseis that you've got, the 10 drops to be able to play down later in the game. And so now Ace on the 7 Dawn turn is going to start out swinging 7,000 power at, I believe, the rested Saturn right now. Is going to try to control the board a little bit, minimize the amount of swings that he is going to face. And now with the 6 is probably going to bounce this other Saturn 2-hand with a Jozu. Jozu, one of the best removal cards for blue, is just going to be able, ooh, interesting, is just going to pick up double Otama. Says, you know what? I actually don't want to put that Saturn back in your hand for you to be able to search another piece of your puzzle with. I'm just going to use it to put these 2Ks down that I put down earlier in the game. I'm going to put them back in my hand. Just fill my hand with cards, fill my hand with counter. I really like that play at this point. And so the Emu now using leader effect, getting rid of that 1-cost stage, right? Because the empty throne, just a much better stage in this matchup and at this point in the game. To be able to filter out, does find a 1-drop Vivi. So the Vivi is going to have blocker if he wants to play that down, kind of to round out a turn with the Dawn, especially because he can cheat out one of the Celestial Dragons with this empty throne stage and maybe finish out the turn with the Vivi. He could play a couple different blockers, right? Because he's got the 2-drop Celestial Dragon blocker as well. could go ahead for 6 Dawn. Just go ahead, play that 7-drop Jupiter, play the Vivi, play the 2-drop Blocker. Might be something that he goes around towards and get this Saturn to swing 7,000 power. So now with this Jupiter right here, is going to make this Saturn a base 7,000 or more because of the amount of cards that you've got in trash. I actually don't know if he's got 19 or not. With that empty throne stage, if you have 19 or more cards in trash, your leader does get 1,000 powers. So we'll see if he attaches any to lead later in this turn. So is going to attach one, swing, I believe, 6 at lead. I don't think he's got 7 yet, but maybe that was 7, and using the leader effect to minus 2,000 power either way gets out of that turn with that ace leader effect. And now swinging 8,000 power at lead is going to go ahead, fetch a life, and that draw one from the ace. Look at all of these cards in hand for the ace. So now is going to go with that play, like I mentioned, of playing down the 2-drop Celestial Dragon Blocker and the Vivi to round out the turn. Get 2 little chum blockers out onto the field to maybe protect this Saturn that you've got on the field. So now at 9 Dawn, could go ahead and play that 8-drop I Am Whitebeard event to be able to spam out a 10-drop that you've got in your hand. You've got a couple different options in your hand. I think some of them being the OP08 version could be very, very good in trying to prevent the amount of swings coming in next turn. But I feel like a lot of times when you play that guy down, it's because you want the 5 elders already to be all out on the field, not necessarily just 1 or 2 at that point. You'd rather establish the 10-drop OP13 SR Newgate. That is the blocker, right? So the Emu now really thinking about what he wants to do with his leader effect, really thinking about what he wants to do playing on his turn. So is going to go ahead off that Jozu swing and counter out. I think both players have to be okay with it. Medicine or Med Dice, you can only have 2 trash piles if like your opponent or like a judge approves it. And especially with the 5 elders, constantly getting those 5 elders out of the trash, the opponent was probably like, yeah, I don't really care. But technically, yes, you're not normally allowed to, but there was probably some like approval that was given in some sense. But anyways, after playing that, I Am Newgate is going to get that 10-drop Newgate out onto the field. And with that 10-drop Newgate from OP13, is going to be able to give 2 Dawn to both a character and leader. So gets a 5,000 power swing with Ezo. And now the 8,000 power swing, fetching both of those blockers in that combination to keep this Saturn alive. So establishing a 12,000 power blocker, very nice, right? Especially with the Emu only having 4 cards in hand. I feel like this ace could be in a pretty good spot right now, right? Especially if he tries to play the other 10-drop Newgate from OP08 in this next turn. But the Emu still at 3 life right now. So a lot riding on this match. The 2 top dogs within this format. A lot of people considering these to be the 2 best decks in the game currently, battling it out against each other. Definitely a matchup that you're going to want to study, going to want to see a lot of reps with, whether you want to play Emu or whether you want to play Ace when that comes out in the West. So sitting at a full 10 Dawn turn, right? Probably going to be using the empty throne option and really just thinking about at this point how he wants to distribute the 6 Dawn. So is going to go ahead now, swing 8,000 power at the ace. We've seen this a couple times throughout the tournament where 8,000 power with these different elders is a really good number into ace, right? It fetches multiple cards for the ace out of their hand. So is going to go ahead, use leader effect, pitching away the I Am Whitebeard event, and getting rid of more counter as well to be able to get out of that swing. The Emu now using his leader effect to get rid of the Saturn and draw one card is nice to be able to just go ahead, especially when you're using Gorosen later in the turn. Just another 8,000 power now coming in with this Elder. So counting the amount in trash, has exactly 19 cards in trash right now at this point. So the Empty Throne is going to give his Emu leader plus 1,000 power right now. Definitely a nice observation as well for the Emu to just get rid of that Saturn to get up to 19 to get that extra boost. And so is going to take this last life right here. And now off with the leader effect is going to draw one card. Plenty of non-counter cards in this hand. We see the 4-drop Marco. We see 10 2-drop Newgates, a Yamato, as well as a Gold D Roger. The Gorosei is going to come down with that Empty Throne. Go ahead, use the Activate main to rest one Dawn, trash one card from hand, clear the entire board, and play out each of the 5 Elders. Getting that Saturn effect first is going to be able to go ahead and find a card. Going to be another Gorosen to be able to utilize in the next turn, potentially. And probably not opting for the KO effect, right, with no real good targets, because you really feel bad if you try to use it on one of these Izos. Now has to think about with this Venus, is going to go ahead and swing at the Jozu, especially with the when attacking minus 2,000 power on the Jozu, is going to be 7,000 power at a 5,000 power character onto the field. So we'll see if this ace gets out of it, how much he actually commits into this. Does have plenty of 2Ks, right? We know he has those 2 Otamas that he bounced back into his hand. We see another Jozu in the hand. I think he's got 3 Otamas in general. Is going to go ahead and use the Izo effect, that Activate main or on opponent's attack Izo effect is going to be able to draw one and bottom deck one card. So more than likely filtering out a card that he is not going to need at any point in this game. I think drawing into a Yamato and bottom decking Yamato from EBO2. So does he have leader effect? I don't think he has leader effect anymore. I think he used it earlier in the turn. But is going to go 2K, 2K to be able to keep this Jozu alive. I think if you're the Emu, you're really curious about the 2K, 2K pitch, right, on a 7,000 power swing, because the 2K, 1K would have been able to get out of it, but he over-countered, went up to 9,000 on a 7,000 power swing. And so is just going to attach 2 more swings, 7,000 power at that Jozu, fetches the block from the Newgate, and now with 2 Dawn up, is thinking about playing one for the Vivi blocker, but passing off the turn. Does have 2 blockers already on the field, does not want to replace one of these characters for another one, and we move on to the Ace's turn. Another draw is a Garp Searcher, right? The Garp Searcher, very nice being able, because he is an ace, is going to be able to find a 3-cost or higher, which is a majority of the deck in this one. Especially helps find your unsearchable pieces like the Yamatos, as I was mentioning earlier. But starts off just with a 6,000 power swing. I think this going to leader, and is just going to be a block. That blocker, the Warcry, I think his name is going to be able to draw one with that on KO effect, and continues on in the turn. Still has the Jozu to swing as well at this point. Might try to go in and play stuff like Marco. Maybe just filtering the hand a little bit with the counter and the non-counter. Now starts off swinging 7,000 power, is going to go ahead at lead, I believe. Is going to go ahead and fetch this 1-cost event for plus 3,000 power. get off with the Equilibrium counter event, and now playing the 10 cost Newgate. So this 10 cost Newgate in OP08 is great in this deck, right? If your leader's type includes Whitebeard Pirates and you have 2 or less life, until the end of your opponent's next turn, all of your opponent's characters cannot attack unless they discard 2 cards from their hand. It only works for 1 turn, but it's a great way against a deck like Emu that swarms out all these bodies to really force Emu to be able to get rid of everything in their hand just to get a swing in. And so we'll see how this Emu reacts to the 10 drop. We know another one's in hand, and I don't think this Ace player probably minds playing them in back-to-back turns within this matchup. One of the reasons why Ace is such a good deck right now, especially with that event from the starter deck that cheats out a Edward Newgate on an 8-Dawn turn. Whew. This match feels kind of close. I don't know. But with this swing right here on the Emu, only the characters have to pay 2 cards. So this Emu coming in and getting a free swing on its own, not having to pitch anything at this point. So 7,000 power. At what point do you block with this Newgate? Sorry. And with the leader effect, could just pitch a brick card in hand to be able to minus 2,000 power for a battle. So thinking about pitching this Yamato and minusing 2,000 power on the Emu is going to put it to 5. Or I'm sorry, that's an 8,000. I'm so sorry. That's an 8,000 power swing because of the empty throne plus 1,000. So had to go ahead, pitch a 1K as well on top of that. And so now using the leader effect and now using the 1-drop event is going to be able to go in, find that 1-drop. It was never there event on there. Nice plus 4,000 counter for Emu. And with the empty throne going in with a Gorosen. We see another Gorosen in the hand as well. We'll see if he pops this activate main, and it looks like he is going to do that. Or actually, no, he's just going to play the 1-cost Vivi and pass, holding the Gorosei right onto the field right now. Not clearing that board. Maybe just saying, okay, maybe you don't have that back-to-back. I'm going to be patient right now, not really try to swing with these characters and force you to have the second Newgate. Are you going to play that guy down? I think if you're the Ace player right now, you just go in, swing at lead, swing 6 at lead, swing 7 at lead with the Jozu, swing 12 at lead with the Newgate, and then go ahead, pop down another one of your Papa Newgates. You've got some counter in hand, right? And he only has a few cards in hand. So I feel like you could get out of things. Starts out with the 7K swing on the Jozu, gets the block right there. I think you got to play another Newgate. Still has 1 blocker with that Mars on the Emu side. I feel like what you could do at this point, you could go in, you could play the 10-drop Newgate, and then the next turn, you can slam down Goldie Roger, right? You're at 0 life. If they go ahead and block, you basically just win the game, right? If you can survive the turn. So that Newgate going ahead and fetching a block. Probably not going to be swinging with the 10-drop blocker that he's gone on the field because he needs to survive in this upcoming turn. And I think he's going to be attaching. He's really thinking about attaching one of these Dawn. If he doesn't attach a Dawn, he doesn't get his leader effect off to be able to minus. So ends up swinging that 7, ends up resting the 4 for the Marco, and another 4 on top of that to go in with another Marco. Still has one Dawn open. These ace decks do go sometimes in play the 1-drop event that's plus 3,000 power, so something that the Emu needs to think about. But I think especially because you have Goldie Roger in your hand, you actually might not be overly worried. Because if you can get out of this turn, especially with more characters, you could potentially like swing out with those blockers, right? The more blockers that you keep on the field, the better. Yo, Victor, what's going on? We're watching the finals of the Japan Championships. Hope you're doing well, friend. It is very early. So Marco, especially with that on KO effect, right, introduced in PRB02, does have that draw 2 effect, so something that the Emu has to worry about, right? More cards in hand for this ace to be able to utilize for leader effect, to be able to find some great pieces of the puzzle, and starts out once again swinging 8,000 power. Still has the Gorosen to be able to, or Gorosei, to be able to utilize, right, on a 12,000 power swing. Could go ahead, swing with the Gorosei, 12,000 power, and then after that, go ahead and use its activate main to swarm the entire field. So with this 8,000 power swing, is going to go ahead, use the Marco effect to draw 2 cards on the on KO effect, and because the 6,000 power or more character was KO'd, actually draws 1 more from the ace leader effect. Does have an interesting situation now too, to where if he keeps this 8-cost event in his hand, he could actually cheat out the 10-cost Newgate on the next turn and play the Uta down. And is going to be going ahead on this 8,000 power swing and go 2K, 2K to get out of this one, potentially. Think really trying to save this Gorosen swing for the Marco. So Emu using leader effect to get rid of that Jupiter. Now the 12,000 power swing blocks with the Marco. Only draws 2 cards, right? Because the ace extra draw effect is once per turn. So ends up finding another 2K into the Jozu. You love to see that one. So ideally at this point, you're just trying to use this Newgate to block the leader or maybe another swing. Ends up using the search event to find a 2K. And so using the Gorosei effect, playing out all 5 of the Elders after trashing 1 card in hand. Still 4 cards in hand as all come out, especially with the search coming up to 5 and getting an extra swing in, maybe trying to go at this Jozu potentially, like he did last turn. So is going to go with a Jupiter. Still could use the Empty Throne to play out a character. I don't know what you'd play out, though. If anything, you just use the Empty Throne effect to play a Gorosen out a turn early. So is going to go ahead, swing what I believe is 8,000 power. I think this game's really close, Victor. I honestly don't know who's going to win right now. I think swinging at the Jozu. So is going to minus the Jozu, and I believe swing at the Jozu. So 8,000 power into 5. Would need 2 2Ks to get out of it. He's got those in hand. But might actually be going to lead. Might be going to lead on this swing. The one thing that you do have to think about if you are going to use the 10-drop OP08 Newgate on the next turn is that he does have cards in hand. So he could just dump all of his cards in hand, and you do have to get around all of those swings. So is going to use Leader Effect to get rid of the Marco, minus 2,000 power to put him to 6, and he just has to give up a 1K. Is going to be an Ezo Searcher, keeping the 2Ks in hand. So the empty throne coming down now, no more swings, is going to be a Gorosei, like I mentioned earlier, leaving 2 up, not swinging with the Emu. So still 4 cards in hand. Third, play down 4-8, the 10 cost, forcing all of these characters to pay 2 cards to be able to swing with only 2 cards in hand for the Emu. So especially after pitching so many cards, the Emu now only going to be able to have 1 swing in this one, maybe a little bit more with the Goro-sen and searching with the Saturn and whatnot. And the Uta coming down as well. And so is going to go ahead and draw for the effect. Still all 10 Dawn to work with. I think the Twitch stream did reset, which is weird because it doesn't say in OBS that I lost connection. It might have just been a problem with restream.io. So what do you do now if you're the Emu? You can't be waiting forever, right? And especially with 2 blockers on the field, one being a 12,000 power blocker. You've got Leader to swing and 1 more character on this turn. And by the way, he's got 2 blockers, one 12,000 and one 6. Yeah, what is I think the ace is in a really good spot. Because you've got a little bit of counter left. You can block like the Gorosei swing. So is going to go ahead now, swing at 9,000 power. I think right now you just block with the Newgate, right? You go ahead, block with the Newgate. If he wants to swing with the Gorosei, he has to pay 2 cards. So with those, because he only has 3 cards in hand, and so you just block with the Uta on that swing, and then you're fine? I don't know if you really need to counter out of it. So is going to go ahead, use the Leader Effect, pitch 1 of the Marco, and then 2K out of that on the 10K swing. I always forget about Empty Throne. So good job, this player, knowing the game state better than me. Maybe that's why him and his team are in finals and I am not. I mean, if he swings with the Gorosei, he's got to pitch 2 cards, which would be everything but the counter event. Right? Am I reading that wrong? He has to pay 2 cards, which you just block on the Uta. Oh, he can draw 1. He can swing 1 more time. So with the Saturn, he's going to swing with the Rush guy. So now with the swing, minus is the 10 cost Newgate. Yeah, I think you just block, and especially because the Roger has rush now and you're at 0 life, you just put down the Roger. Yep. And then now with the 6 at lead, does take the 1. With the 7, does take that one. With the 12, does take that one. And the Roger seals the win on that one. Ace defeating Emu. Might be Emu's worst opponent in the format heading into these championships. The start of OP13. The first stream, the second day of the 3-on-3 Cup in Aichi, Japan, has come to a close. I will be posting, because the official accounts for the One Piece trading card game in Japan, they will be posting the winning deck list and the runner-up deck list over on their social media. So I will be getting those later and posting them in our Discord server. If you want to join the Discord server, if you're on Twitch, !Discord, and if you're on YouTube, make sure to go ahead, click the link in the description below as well. Whoo! The Ace team coming away with the win. The Ace needed to win it too, because you got to win 2 out of the 3 games. Thank you, Victor, for putting that in Twitch chat. Absolutely phenomenal. Great job, I think, by that Ace player. I think kind of the turn that kind of turned the tide, I feel like, was the double Marco play. Because the double Marco play allowed him to draw 5 cards on the Marco blockers, which is crazy. Oh, on YouTube, Amphania, hopefully I said that right. On YouTube, if you're watching on YouTube, in the description of the live stream, there's a link there. I don't know if I can have Discords on or commands on Twitch or on YouTube. I need to figure that out. But also on Twitch, Jimda, thank you so much for watching. But chat, it is. Oh, I should be able to add commands. It is 3 a.m. my time. I am also going to be posting the first round on YouTube for those of you that want to watch just the videos. You don't want to get the extra fluff. You know, you want to get a cut down version, stuff like that. I am going to be posting the first round on YouTube. So, I got to get to work. Thank you so much for joining me, chat. This stream was fun. This format is interesting. Feels like a lot of Emu. Feels like a lot of Ace. We'll see, especially once the 1v1 events happen, what that should be like. I think in October, there's another 3v3 on October 11th. And then there's, I think, another tournament in Fukuoka on October 25th. So those weekends, we'll probably have Japan live streams. And then November, December, they're going in like literally 5, 6 straight weeks of tournaments. So we're going to be going in during that month and a half, basically. Chat, thank you so much for joining me. Hope you appreciate the stream and hope you appreciate the videos. I appreciate all of you for tuning in on this lovely night or morning, wherever you are. And we'll see you later. More YouTube videos coming out this week outside of the Japan Championships, I promise. And yeah. Love you. Bye.